Red2 standing by, all for lit and in the green. Welcome to my anniversary project. Once again, we're going back to A Link to the Past randomiser. I've done things a little bit differently now. We're going on a key sanity run. The enemy placement is shuffled, and I've also changed the palettes as well, so we'll be seeing some pretty odd things along the way. Let's get my name going. Once again, we will be going with... we'll go with Red... Do we have numbers? We do not have numbers. So I'll just stick with Red. I am playing as Phoenix Wright, so expect things to go a bit badly for old Phoenix, but he'll come through in the end. Let's start off at my house. I will be trying to maintain commentary as best I can, but I'm probably going to stuff a few little things up along the way. So I do apologise if I sort of tail off. I might have to take a few moments to gather my thoughts. We have 10 arrows, so we can basically stab enemies. Not a great start. Oh, the overworld is blue this time. It was pink in a failed run I had. So wait, there is... Those giant blade traps can actually be found in the grass sometimes. You know how sometimes you'll find enemies, they were standard soldiers in the regular game, under the grass? Well, those things can pop up. You can also have things like bee moss pop out of the grass. So, as we head along our blue grass, which is... well, it's either Kentucky or it's Namek, basically. Anyway, we go into our very dingy dungeon and we get more arrows! Well, that should put a fine point on things. We have to maneuver past a Gibdo, which will hurt a lot. Oh, and an Armos. Bombos Medallion? Alright, we can outmaneuver that Gibdo. We can't use the Bombos Medallion because we don't have a sword. You will actually need... oh, that's not nice. You'll actually need a sword, or if you're doing a swordless run, a hammer, to use one of the medallions. This is good. If I can hold on to this fish and take it to Kakariko Village, we will get some pickups from the bottle salesman. Alright, it is time for the fish marathon. We will run at a slightly reduced pace, holding a fish above our heads, making sure it doesn't go bad. I don't know, maybe it's some sort of evidence or something like that. There's a Beamos hiding out. Now that makes me wonder. With Ace Attorney Investigations, Edgeworth jots everything down in his organizer, so he's basically taking notes on everything. Whereas Phoenix is implied to actually just pinch things or borrow them. Makes you wonder how he gets away with it all. I suppose nobody minds as long as he wins the case. There we are, we've got some money and we have a full magic meter. We've also got 8 bombs and we got some more arrows. So if you can find a fish, that's actually really helpful. We got more bombs. These will be our main methods of combat for the time being. We got a map. We got the fire rod, that's not too bad. So the fire rod will allow us to defend ourselves, somewhat. Rack up as much money as we can, and let's get more bombs. So they haven't really done very much with magic rods in the Zelda games. You had one in the first game that could only shoot fire once you had the magic book, which was actually a Bible in the Japanese version. Now that is an interesting bit of trivia, that Hyrule's religion was actually meant to be Christianity because it was somewhat, well, foreign. Oh, that's not nice. Don't think I can go in there without some sort of... well, I might be able to use the fire rod. But it's interesting to note that if those red soldiers spot you, then you'll have that sort of spotted by somebody's called the guards music playing, because those red soldiers can spot you anywhere. They can see through walls, but they can't chase you. I'm getting stabbed at. That was not the smartest idea. I couldn't even get away from them. You do need a... We are going to need a sword. The fire rod is not going to be fast enough. What have we got in the sanctuary? Key to the castle tower, which we can get into if we've got the magic cape. We can just sneak through the barrier and open the door. So, yeah, I will probably wind up getting stuck on different topics because my mind winds up switching to what's immediately happening on screen, and then I lose my train of thought. Mostly because I tend to be very focused. I kind of have a one-track mind. When I'm doing something, I'm really, really focusing on that, and will be very dedicated to doing whatever it is I need to do. But unfortunately, I'll wind up missing things along the way. Or sometimes, if I'm bored, I'll just blank things out. We will need to go back into Kakariko Village and go into the Thieves' Hideout. But we might be able to get something somewhere along the way. In fact, we will get something somewhere along the way. What on earth am I saying? That's the entire point of a randomiser. To get something somewhere along the way that is helpful. This is not helpful, it is just a compass. Tower of Hera, not too bad. I do like the atmosphere this place has, though. Very peaceful and relaxing. Not sure what the actual palette is just for now. Let's see. That actually counted. That wasn't too bad. We got that. Come back here, fish. Once again, we are the Great Fish Wrangler. We will get money, which we will give back to that guy. And we'll get... Well, we don't really need anything else, so I'm mostly doing it for the money. It's a fun little Easter egg. Well, there we are. We got 21 rupees out of that. Not too bad. But yeah, things are going to go all over the place, as far as my commentary goes. I like the sort of yellowish palette in here. It kind of looks like late afternoon sun. So if we bomb this, we'll be able to get a few things. And there's also a fairly easy method of getting all the chests in one swoop. But yeah, probably the reason I've been playing as Phoenix is because I finally have got around to playing the Ace Attorney games. I got the original trilogy on the Switch. 300 rupees, that's not bad. There's a key. Misery Maya. It's been very enjoyable, even if I'll admit sometimes I am prone to overthinking things, and having the lamp is really beneficial. So we'll be able to sneak into the castle with the lamp. Well, as it stands, I can probably just... Saving and quitting is my easy For heaven's sake, I should have gone down and done the race. But let's start here, because we'll actually be able to head a bit further down and grab some things here. I've usually got sort of in my head a little method of sweeping through things. It gets to be a routine after a while, but you can really do things however you like. This game is admittedly... I didn't even get what was supposed to be the bottle. You dunce! See, this is what I mean by when I get focused. It's like, okay, I've got this in mind, let's go do this, but I'll wind up missing all the other things that are obvious. It's like, you could get me to make a 10-step plan, I'll draft it out, I'll show you what to do, and I'll forget to do steps 1 through 3, and everything else will wind up falling apart. Now, I've actually got a shield this time. In the previous run, I completely botched my commentary, and I'd actually got to... a fair way through. I wound up grabbing quite a lot of interesting things, but a shield was not one of them. Now, moving on to more completely random topics. Shields are not very useful in this game. They will block basic projectiles, but that's about it. Even the mirror shield is useless. In Link's Awakening, it is a bit more useful. It will actually be able to block certain attacks. I got stuck on a rock. Those guys are really fast. Should remember I have the fire rod, so let's actually save at the sanctuary, go back and do everything in Kakariko Village, and then we can go back to my house, head off to get what would be the ice rod, and do everything else. I'm a scatterbrain. I'm an absolute scatterbrain. And what's worse is when I start panicking, for some reason I just sort of blank out on... That's it, I was talking about the mirror shield. It's sort of useful in Link's Awakening, but it doesn't have many options where it comes into play, which again is kind of disappointing. You can use it to block Evil Eagle's attacks. You can use it to block the massive jet of flame that leads into Turtle Rock in that game. But that's about it. It doesn't really start being incredibly useful until you're playing Ocarina of Time, where not only do you solve light-based puzzles with it, but it reflects Kotake and Kumei's attacks. We bought a map. It reflects light-based attacks in Majora's Mask as well. It reflects light, and it will actually reflect Wizrobe's attacks too, which is pretty useful. It doesn't necessarily help. It might, if you're close enough, but it's not something you can rely on. It's still a nice touch, though. It's a bonus prize in the Oracle games. You get it in a Link game, so it doesn't really need to do much. It's useful in Wind Waker, mostly for light-based puzzles, but it can also stun Redeads by shining light into them, and makes Pose vulnerable by shining light into them as well. So, now one problem with enemy randomizers is that happens. Oh, two of them! Yeah, stuff like that happens, and that's just cheap. I mean, enemies do pop up from underneath bushes from time to time. But they don't usually do it with that level of frequency. I'm pretty sure that event is set to try and kill you. I'll have to see if I get a better run next time. I've bombed my way through it. We'll keep this and see what happens. Of course, like most early games, you don't really get a lot of Mercy invincibility, but that's just how it goes. First off, what is the prize? What did I die for? The bow. Okay, we're going there. Right, that's a prize worth getting my butt kicked for. So back to the mirror shield. It did actually reflect Beamos's beams in Link's Awakening, but they were invincible. You couldn't do anything about them. And they just sort of bounce off. Take that! Let me sneak around. Jump. Ah. That's dirty pool. So I'm either going to have to get a sword, and we got some sort of glitched enemy that killed me again. We're doing that when I get a sword. Right, well, we're going up to the castle this time. Let's see what we can do down here. Yeah, so Minish Cap was the last non-remake appearance of the Mirror Shield as far as I know. It would reflect attacks there, but it would sort of do so by using basically a laser beam that always did damage equal to the level 1 sword. Oh good, we can actually set these on fire. And that doesn't split, that's nice. So we don't have much magic in reserve, I'll have to be careful. But the fire rod might help us out a touch. Just a compass. Okay, the timing with the bomb is not good. There we go, that took me a bit longer than it should have and I still hurt myself. But yeah, as I was saying, we haven't seen the Mirror Shield have a non-remake appearance since Minish Cap. After Link's Awakening was... It had reappeared in Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and their remakes, but it hasn't been in a new title since Minish Cap, which is disappointing because I always tended to feel it's a very much underused item. That's handy. Things like that will actually be randomized and remain so. Like in the original game when you stunned an enemy, they dropped 1 rupee when they were killed if they were stunned. What you get from killing a stunned enemy is randomized. What hoarders drop is randomized. What those weird little things kicking their legs there give was randomized. Oh no, 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 no. I hate multi-orbs. Well, 2 shots, not too bad. Just a map. Well, that worked. So yeah, I really do wish the Mirror Shield would come back, actually have a bit more use to it. It's very handy for solving those light-based puzzles, which is pretty nice, but its other uses need to be explored more. It's only really been an attack reflector in Ocarina of Time. Though it was worth noting that when it did wind up returning in the Link's Awakening remake... Okay. There we go, that works. Sorry, with the Link's Awakening remake it actually got way more overpowered. It would bounce back attacks really, really well. Like, you could turn back a spear thrown by moblins, you could turn back Beamos's attacks and temporarily shut them down. It was incredibly powerful and I was really happy to see that. Like, you didn't necessarily need to use it as that, but it was just a nice touch that actually showed off how powerful it could be, and perhaps that's why it hasn't appeared, because it's a bit of a game breaker in a sense. Mostly, it's been the Hylian shield that's turned up and has been Link's iconic shield. Even though, interestingly enough, the Hylian shield didn't actually appear that often. It would appear in Ocarina of Time. Skyward Sword was its... No, Twilight Princess was its next appearance. Sorry about that. And you got it pretty early on, so your wooden shield really wasn't worth much, and the Hylian shield pretty much saw you through the entire game. In fact, I think it was the only other shield you got. It turned up in Skyward Sword as an unbreakable shield. And then it's turned up in Breath of the Wild, so that's 4 games where you've had the Hylian shield compared to the Mirror Shield, which has shown up in this, A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask, the Oracle games, Wind Waker. That's 7 in a row, so the Mirror Shield has actually been in 8 games. Twice as many as the Hylian shield, but it doesn't get anywhere near as much attention. Probably similar deal with the magic rods as well. They don't really get used that much. The fire rod at least has some use if we're trying to take out Mothula the normal way. But aside from that, it's not going to be as important. You need it to get into the end of Skullwoods. You need it... Well, it's optional for defeating Mothula, and you do need it for fighting Trinex. That's pretty much it otherwise. Okay, so he's not affected... Whoa! 3 Stealthos Knights. Yeah, so it's really not that useful. That's mean. Alright, take 2. But yeah, the Ice Rod is literally only used to defeat Trinex, and at least Sahasrahla tells you to go and look for it. He doesn't say exactly what you're looking for, but he does tell you that you can go and find... Basically just go and find the Ice Rod and tells you where to go. It's fortuitous that he at least does that, because, I mean, you can very easily go the whole game without it and just get stuck. Because if you don't run after it, it's like, what's going on? Where is whatever it is I need to beat this thing? Okay, so let's be very careful. Let's stay by the door and see... Ah! Well, I'll see if I can get the item in there one more time. Well, that doesn't help. I'm gonna die anyway. It's also a very large roll. See, the Ice Rod is pretty strange. You don't need it for... Ah, damn it, I got myself killed by another enemy trying to get to a pot. I'm not giving up. I'm incredibly stubborn. I don't care how many times I have to die, we're getting in here, and we're getting whatever this item is, because it's obviously heavily guarded, so it must be good, and that BMOS was off screen. It shouldn't have hit me. So yeah, basically, Ice Rod... not really needed apart from defeating Trinex. You can pretty much grab it anytime you like because it's not going to be meaningful to you. Run out of bombs too. Oh well, I can probably bring a fish along. Basically just run past this guy, take the hit, don't care about the arrows. Follow this roller very, very carefully. Oh, stupid bird! Nah. Probably should have died again. Ah, stuck on the wall. I'm not doing very well here. We nearly made it that time. But yeah, this is the sort of problem that enemy randomizers can wind up presenting to you. Now, I really should be doing this with more hearts. We'll reserve that pot that holds magic for killing one of those thieves. We also will find that those weird little running shadow things are way more prominent in enemy randomizers. Nearly back up to full magic. Wouldn't be too bad if they dropped bombs. Stay out of the way of that. And let's keep going. So yeah, we've only had the ice rod appear once, but the fire rod appeared in the form of the magic rod in Link's Awakening. Stupid bird again. Ah. Alright, so find out where the edge of it is. Get around, we've made it. What? You know, I really could have gone without that. Well, we can't progress any further, but that is the item we were looking for after a lot of pain. So, next destination is probably out at the Eastern Palace. We do have a key for the tower, but we can't get in there. So yeah, the ice rod has only appeared once, which is a little strange as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of unwieldy in this game, if I'm going to be honest. Can we kill that Zero with a shot from the fire rod, assuming it... don't get hit by that. Let's go back down. That's not good. There are going to be some dangerous enemies ahead of me. Trying to tell my story, the ice rod doesn't appear. The fire rod has usually appeared... Well, there's been the magic rod in Link's Awakening. There was a magic rod that didn't shoot fire until you found the magic book in the original game. As I believe I mentioned, that was actually a Bible in the original version. Because, as I hope I mentioned it anyway, but Hyrule's religion was originally Christianity in the first two games. Link was actually seen in some instruction manuals praying, but it was changed to the religion we know in this game. So we can sneak through and grab a few little goodies along the way, assuming we don't get mauled by a turtle. Still got our fire rod. Fortunately, the fire rod can actually kill enemies pretty quickly if we get a good shot away. But yeah, the whole Christianity thing was intended to be the case because it was sort of unusual and somewhat foreign to the Japanese. Now, Christianity did have its interactions with Japan. For example, the mission of St. Francis Xavier, who is caricatured as Pontiff Xavi, and the religion of Xavism in Sengoku Basara. I hate these zeros. They... Right. Can I get in? Yes, I can. I really need that sword to keep them away from me. But yeah. So Christianity does appear in some things. At least I start here. Oh dear. Supposed to be a relaxing adventure, but... Move to the side. There we go. Well, we've made it through with minimal trauma, I suppose, though I'm probably got some very twitchy eyes going on out of frustration. So I'm not actually dying for anything game-breaking. I can't get the bow. I'll have to go back and get that later. probably need a sword so that I can cut the grass and hopefully cut down enemies that get in my way. We don't have anything for this. We had the map and the compass. So, what manner of horrible thing is in here? Just levers which we can walk past pretty easily. Somewhere along the way we'll get back to my story that of items that probably should appear in more Zelda games. That's it, I'm getting so frustrated I'm losing my ability to speak English. I would also point out the yellow and purple colour scheme is quite nice. They are complementary colours. Rightio, so it's still basically the same as it was when we left it. To a degree, rooms will keep their loading states if you're nearby. So yeah, yellow and purple are actually complementary colours, which is why Wario's outfit, despite what you might think, doesn't clash. Right, these enemies are always Stalfos. They're programmed to spawn as Stalfos, and that will not change. Oh, just sure. Well, a bit of magic now. Interesting to note, you can damage Stalfos with the boomerang, and it will do 1/2 of a standard sword swing's damage. And by standard sword, I mean the level 1 sword. Quake Medallion, which is usually useless. You will generally use it for one thing. Opening up Turtle Rock. It's otherwise optional. You can actually get magic out of killing frozen enemies with the Ether Medallion, and Bombos is just a screen wipe. Most enemies will be wiped out at the hands of the Bombos Medallion, so it's considerably better. Quake just turns them into blobs. So the enemies... There's a dead chicken. Well, this next one, don't ever say anything's easy. Okay, we've got another dead chicken. There's our key. Now we should be able to get one more item. I can go around the other way and we can avoid... Ah, yep. So yeah, one more item and then I'll have to wrap up for this particular dungeon. The Quake Medallion did, I believe, reappear in Four Swords Adventures. It's a Gibdo, but they obviously wanted me to go here because I've got the Fire Rod. They've got those weird shadowy things. Alright, come at me. Whoa! Oh, not enough magic. This just got problematic all of a sudden. Oh wait, that's right. So we had to defeat the enemies in the normal run-through in order to make the anti-fairies move off that switch. Don't need to worry about that now. Something I tend to forget. So we'll start back at my house and we'll go to the mini Moldorm cave. So yeah, the Quake Medallion still did just turn enemies into blobs. The Bombos Medallion's animation was changed. It was a massive festival of laser beams dropping from the sky, but it would still wipe out all your enemies as well. In fact, thematically, it's probably similar to how the Judgment tech from Tales of Symphonia appears. It looked pretty cool, it was very helpful, and you did actually get to use it sometimes. But aside from that, those medallions haven't really shown up very much. Rightio, these things, can they be damaged by the boomerang? No, they cannot. Well, I'm gonna need the fire rod again, but let's see what's in the ice rod cave. Oh, we don't want that landing on our head. But yeah, those little shadowy things will show up a lot, and good heavens, this looks really lurid. I mean, sort of complementary colours and all that. It's meant to be red and green. As long as I get to keep my bombs, because I don't have the bow yet, and that's really dodgy. Oh, spiked rollers. Not fond of those. Now, if I get a sword or something like that here, I'll be incredibly happy. Well, the Book of Medora is sort of useful. We could get into the desert if we wanted to. Still need a sword to get the Ether and Bombos medallions. Now, of course, the question is, can I actually get out of here without dying? Surprisingly, yes, I can. But we've got a friend following us. You will find that a lot of enemies are incredibly persistent. So there's actually a fish in water. There's a fish out of water. Now, I don't really want to run all the way back to the merchant. But it might be the best option I have because, oh heavens, that's frightening. That's actually frightening. It's about the fastest way I can think of definitely getting magic. Don't really have anything else going for me, and to be honest, exploring the mini Moldorm cave is probably my best bet. I could use bombs, but I don't have enough of those to defeat all those enemies in one shot. Bait that, and let's keep going. Might be able to make it safely now. So yeah, we've had quite a few interesting items along the way that haven't been reused. Now, I know they've got to have some different ones to try and freshen it up, but some of the more interesting ones really do deserve to make a return. There are some pretty practical uses for them, I'm sure. And I admit there are some we could probably wind up doing without. I'm not entirely sure if anybody's ever really got that much use out of the slingshot outside of Ocarina of Time. It was a fantastic item for young Link. It was a very good ranged attack, fairly helpful. But aside from that, whenever it appears, it's always been pretty useless. It's rapidly superseded in Twilight Princess because you get the bow in the second dungeon, which is admittedly rather unusual. You got the bow much later on in Skyward Sword, but the slingshot still wasn't that great. It wasn't even very handy for defeating smaller enemies, but I might not remember absolutely everything because it's been a long time since I played Skyward Sword, and I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that game. Could have been a lot worse. We can't lift that off it, can we? No, we can't. We do need the power glove for that one. Yes, but notice a conspicuous lack of soldiers when we're lifting up bushes pretty much anywhere else, but as soon as we want to go and get the race for the bow, we're getting mugged. How do they hide under the bushes anyway? Looks pretty dodgy if you ask me, so round 2 against those weird shadow things that I haven't actually learned the name of yet. We will get whatever items are in the mini Moldorm cave. We will avoid being incinerated by fire bars. And away we go. Okay. Bomb there. Alright, that's one of them. Okay, I'm surprised that counted. Wait! Did I pick the wrong spot for it to come out of the wall? I thought it was coming out in the center of that area. Well, I know bombs can kill them. I hope the fire rod does as well, otherwise I'm in a lot of trouble. This has been a complete disaster. This was supposed to be an interesting little celebration, a bit of fun. This is probably going to wind up turning into one long fiasco episode. So... well, I got one of them. Alright, so we know where... oh, that didn't go well. One bomb left, I gotta make this count. I did not make it count. That actually counted. Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are. We've finally made progress. Pegasus boots. Hopefully that was worth watching me die so many times. And the hammer. That's actually something of a relief. We've actually got a usable weapon, even if I'm absolutely terrible at using the hammer. And of course you can do the glitch where you run with the hammer. Okay, I hadn't seen that happen. But that's how you make an entry, really. Smooth and stylish. What have we got in here? Just a compass, that's a bit of a letdown, but we can go and get some money. Now, I'm assuming I'll... probably wind up getting the moon pearl soon. But can we go out to the desert? That's the next question. I need bombs, I need that fish. I'll tell you, that's how bad things have gone. I've been losing my expert fish wrangling skills. And I really do hate those helmosaurs. They're just irritating. So let's hand the fish over. I'm not confident using my hammer to defeat those enemies in that house. But you know what? I'll give it one try. Then we can head out to the desert. Wait, boomerang. There we go. Wait, do stunned enemies give out hearts? That's really good. Very nice, so I actually survived that. What do we got? What did I die for? Heart piece. Well, while I'm here, might as well try and get whatever... Go and get the bow again. Now that guy will run. We can escape these guys. And we can get the money in here too. Now the Pegasus boots have always been interesting items, but I've kind of missed having the Roc's feather around. I think once again, the Roc's feather, or the Roc's cape, its upgraded version, their last appearance was off in Minish Cap, actually. But then again, I suppose it sort of got to the point where it's like, why not put in a manual jump control? I mean, Zelda 2 had it, and it didn't really hurt the game. It was kind of interesting. I don't believe it. We actually got through without... We actually got through without spawning any soldiers, and we have the bow. That's very heartening. So let's make our way out to the desert because we actually have a ranged attack. We'll be able to handle some enemies with a degree of ease. So I do miss those, but I do sort of see why they didn't necessarily need them after a while. Because if I'm going to be honest, maybe it worked on the Game Boy where there weren't very many buttons to work with. But when you have controllers with more buttons accessible to them and so on, you shouldn't really need an item just to help you jump. Now, Link does have fairly realistic jumping in Breath of the Wild, which isn't too bad. And he is at least very acrobatic, which is a nice touch. Leave the exaggerated stuff to Mario and keep some realistic stuff for Link. Right, with our dinky little boomerang, we will be able to save ourselves. Because if we take damage... There we go! Now, what's out here in the incredibly lurid bright pink desert? At least it shows up bright pink on my TV. Slightly more muted, it's sort of a purplish pink on my laptop. More blade traps. We haven't got to the point where those start popping out of bushes just yet. We've only had soldiers so far. So, inside Agonar's cave, what do we have? Now, we don't have any keys for this particular area. We can bomb this. The Pegasus boots have popped up a little bit as well, but not as much. I think, once again, I think Minish Cap is actually their last appearance. It's interesting, Minish Cap actually kind of farewells quite a few familiar items. Well, actually, the Fire Rod... Well, I'm not counting Triforce Heroes. I've forgotten most of the stuff that's in Triforce Heroes, and if I'm going to be brutally honest, I really, really don't like that game and think it should be relegated to a spin-off. I could go into a very long rant about why that is, but I'm not going to. And in a very nice animation, Phoenix's praying is him at his desk with his famous pointing gesture. At least I assume it's supposed to be. So there we are. Into the Desert Palace, and let's see what we can find. Whoa, Nelly, don't want to run into those. And I managed to kill that crow completely by accident. This is dangerous. Those little things crisscrossing, and I don't have very much health. Let's switch back to our boomerang just in case. Ah. Dirty pool. Lionels are troublesome at this point of the game anyway. You can't actually block their attacks without the mirror shield. The tempered sword and above are the only weapons which can damage them. Right, so we got a hard container. Not bad. Now we do need a key to get ahead, but what I'm going to do is sacrifice progression through this particular dungeon. Wait, I can't actually sacrifice progression through this particular dungeon because I do not have the power glove. We have a lot of very nasty enemies here. Alright, let's damage boost. There's a fairy fountain up there, but I can't catch any of those. If we head down here, what are we going to find? A key. Perfectly timed, just as I was about to hit it. Small key to Hyrule Castle. So, what have I got? I can't go into the mountain. There's not a lot I can do off the top of my head because I think I might actually have to progress through the castle sewers. Because there is a room I can reach. So as far as I know, that's the best option I've got. Now you can access it via the graveyard, which is how you're supposed to get there. But, wait, was that a lever Why? I have never seen a lever hiding under one of those bushes. Depending on what we've got, I might be able to take a blow. Not gonna do anything stupid, we're just getting out of dodge. Still gonna light the torches, just in case. Take these with us. Can't really afford to lose anything. So let's see, can I actually make it through safely? Will the bow defeat this guy? Yes, it will. So, I think these spiked rollers do 4 hearts worth of damage. Oh no, 3. Made it. Didn't want to take that hit. Oh. This is a thing. That's... Man, those rats... Oh, and Geldarm. Oh, blade traps and Hinoxes and... Whoa, mama. And I ran into the Hinox trying to get away from another enemy. I'm gonna need health from somewhere. I need at least one heart to survive. Wait, I know I can get them on the bottom floor, so let's get moving. We can do this. Have to go through here past more enemies. Unless there are some up here. Perfect. We can sneak around to that passageway right now. If I can avoid getting hit by that spiked roller, I think we're safe. But of course, caution is the watchword. The randomizer really does add to the challenge. I mean, without a sword to defend myself, things are a bit risky. And of course, with not very much health, things are even more risky. Oh, there's a heart there. So, down the stairs. Get the bow ready. First, light the torches. I'm really bad at this. I'm tending to forget that I have certain sub-weapons. And a few of them could feasibly save me. So wait for this. Go back, dodge the bird. I got clipped. It's interesting to note, sometimes, if certain enemies are parallels of one another in the light and dark world, they'll wind up doing as much damage as their counterparts can. Oh, what? I know I wanted to show this all the way through. Jeez. I'm trying, I really am. It's just been... This has been such an awkward run. I've had to do some things I really would hesitate to do under most circumstances. Taking on enemies that can just otherwise slaughter me in order to get results. But we'll persevere, we'll get there. I'll find some sort of funny story to share along the way. Hopefully, getting through this particularly daunting area of the castle yields results. If I can avoid getting randomly clipped by that gigantic spike roller, I should be fine. Proceed with caution. Wait for it to come back and run and... Stuck on the wall again. This area is incredibly dangerous. Oh! I dropped my guard. I knew it was there and I dropped my guard. This is why I can't afford to get clipped by that roller. Now, I'm perfectly aware of what the definition of insanity is. It's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I will get better at this, I promise you. Once we get through here, there's going to be a treasure trove. We are going to have exactly what we need. If we don't, I'm probably going to wind up... Or we just can't get through. I'm probably going to cry. And the worst part is I don't really have a stream chat or anything like that to talk to. It's just me. I'm sort of talking to you, the viewer. Probably should have been hit then, in all fairness. But I don't know what your responses are going to be. I have no idea. I just have to sort of press forward and really hope. I have to hope that I'm not boring you. We'll bait that bird. We'll run. We'll get hit anyway. Because I couldn't see where it was. And I ran into it because I didn't run sideways, I ran diagonal for some reason. But that one's on me. Still, we've got to try. We've got to keep trying. I'm pretty certain that whatever I need is behind that. Now, if I just had something like the Cane of Burner that would help me get through, just as a backup. I know it's cheesing things, but honestly, I'm at the point where I probably deserve some element of cheesing this. Or I just need to get better. I mean, that is true. Everyone can improve on the things they do. But I'm just so lost. I don't even have any great stories. It's just sort of... Oh, no. Go back up, go back up. We need to get the heart. But I suppose, in a sense, this is almost like trying to force your way through a certain part, just using all those basic skills you've got. In a way, it's like trying to make sure you're doing a certain part absolutely perfectly for a speed run or something like that. You're not going to get absolutely everything just right, but you've got to try. You've got to keep trying and keep screwing up until you succeed. The only difference is I'm trying to talk to people in the middle of screwing up. Now, stand and run and get stuck on the wall again! Oh, and that pokey. This is the only... The sad part is this is the only place I can think of to go. Because I can't access Aghanim's tower. I can't access the Dark World because I'm stuck as a bunny. And I can't get out of the Dark World. I don't have what I need. So whatever it is I need to progress has to be in here. And again, I can just only hope. I can only hope that I don't get winged by that roller. I just have to hope I get it absolutely right and the odd... I admit that the controls can be a little on the odd side, but I would probably be more prepared to admit that I'm bad at this. Don't have anything that can grant me invincibility. We made it! Now, where's that pokey? Alright, so we've avoided that. I'll admit this is probably one of my worst traits. I'm stubborn. I can be incredibly stubborn. Bait that sand guy. And there's another vulture, so we'll watch out for that. I'll equip my fire rod because it does... Oh, great. I hate these things. Alright, so we killed the Hinox and we've got the key. Let's light up our life and get moving because we can finally break on through to the other side. I hope this is where we need to go. Yes! Now we just have to avoid getting murdered by the spike trap. After a lot of struggle, we have made it through. That's helpful. It's not anything spectacular. We'll save and quit. I think we're at the start of this dungeon. But it's opened something up. We don't need to go through that... through the dark area. We can just go into the dungeon and... do our best. Basically, let's just try and survive. It was tough, but we finally made it through, and... Ooh, nearly ran into that zero. Now, there's a sense of relief with all this. There's always that sense of relief when you do finally make that vital discovery, that breakthrough in a game. Wait, we need to go up here. We screwed up. We have to go... I just ran into that. I'm second guessing myself. I don't want to hit that skull because that will hurt a lot. We need to go past Sahas Rala's house. It's interesting, every time I try and call him something silly, I wind up getting his name right. I can't really think of anything silly to call him. I'm probably just that flustered and frustrated right now. Gotta stay away from them. They can just chase me with impunity and avoid all my ranged attacks. I need a sword to make them back off, but I don't have that. We still have to run a gauntlet. Getting into this dungeon. Made it. We have to get through this room. Surprisingly smoothly. Whoops. Ow, ow. Rhythm's off, rhythm's off. It's a bit like that, I'm afraid. It's just sort of all gone to pieces. This part of the run has been horrible. I haven't been able to get anything done anywhere near as well as I'd like. And it's just been disasters and failures. I had to push through an incredibly difficult spot due to the nature of the enemy randomizer to get the item that would ultimately help me. And even that, I don't know what's at the end of this. There's got to be something here in the Eastern Palace that will save me. It's sort of that point of desperation in the adventure, really, and it's part of the fun of it that you're just hoping there's going to be that one last thing you really and truly need to save the run, to save everything that's going on. Let's get a map. It's got to be something with the boss battle. There has to be. There just has to be. Get out of the room. I just need one little break. What sort of enemies do we have ahead of us? Wait. Oh, no. Oh, two of them. Oh, good God. What else can I do? What else have I got? Right, I've got the map so I can see what sort of crystals we've got, but I have to press through. But I have to kill those enemies in order to get the key, and I don't think I can. I can't get into the dark world. I can't swim yet. I can't go up to the potion shop. This has to be it. Somehow... I have to make it through here. What? Oh, good. That's a horrifying thought. What if the Lionels have the key? Oh, no. I'm pretty sure that whatever lies beyond that door, that's what I need. But I don't quite know what I can do. Do I have to use the hammer? Because I can't use the Bombos medallion with the hammer. I'm gonna have to get out of the way of the Lionels and use the bow. And I don't think the bow hurts the Lionels. Well, I got a few more arrows. That's some comfort. Oh, there's a lot of slowdown. Oh. And of course I wound up with the mimics right inside of me, which really doesn't sound very good when you think about it. Why is it that lately all I want to do is cry? This has been the worst run I've ever encountered. I'm pretty sure I know what I need to do. But because of the enemies, I can't get to it. Somehow I have to avoid being murdered by Lionels, shot by a Beamos. I don't have a sword. I can't use the Bombos medallion to sort of screen wipe because you need a sword. I need every last little bit of health I can get. There has got to be something I've missed. I got whatever was at the ice rod. I'm lost. I'm a bit bereft of ideas. Let's retreat in here for now. Oh! I just... Have I got to use the hammer instead of the bow? Because I don't think the bow's going to fire fast enough. I can't get into Aghanim's tower. I've done everything I can in the Desert Palace because I don't have the power glove. I literally can't do anything in the dark world. Getting through that gauntlet, that nightmare, that's all I've got. I think rather than just sort of run around, I'm actually going to have to set a save state so that we're not running through this over and over again. There has got to be a way. Is it the hammer, which I really suck with? Can the hammer damage Lionels? I don't know. Let's at least give this a try. No, cannot be used. Okay, we killed something. Run, run, run out the door. Oh, that's cheap. Right, well, we're setting a save state when I get back there, and I mean, I'm not kidding. That was on the floor. That was on a lower elevation, and it still hurt me. I've got to use the hammer to get through. And I'm sorry, I wanted to celebrate. I wanted this to be fun, to be meaningful, to be something enjoyable, and I'm just breaking here. I would just like this to go right. So, when we get there, allow me to set up that save state and we'll be fine. So yeah, like, let's take a look at this. It's very clearly cutting through that. It's going underneath it. It is programmed to be underneath it, yet the hitbox remained on top. Well, we made it through the gauntlet. Things are legitimately not helped by the fact the hammer has simply... oh, not another one! This dungeon hates me. But yeah, the hammer has simply abysmal range. Oh, oh. You think you've got the target, but it doesn't quite hit, and it's a bit on the slow side too. Oh... What? What? What killed me? Right, well, we've got through that really horrible gauntlet. Somehow I didn't run over the switch. There's hope we can get through this. I'll just have to damage boost past the enemies, though damage boosting is not a viable strategy. Do I have to defeat the enemy? I don't think I have to defeat the enemies to open the way to the boss, do I? I need whatever's at the end of this. Whatever is at the end of the nightmarish gauntlet I've gone through here is the item that I need to proceed. It's the only thing I can think of. And things are just suffering as a result. I can't work out what else I could have to do. I have basically just got to run and hope that I survive. Get up the stairs. We've just made it through. I might be able to make it from here. If I can avoid the Lionel and the little shadow gremlin-y thingy. I think we're mostly fine, assuming the Geldmans don't... Geldmen, whatever they're called, don't wind up getting with it. So the range on the hammer! And its speed at that! You've got to be really good to rely on the hammer, and I'm not. End of story. Can I just run straight? This is a bad place. Run away! I have to defeat all the enemies. They can't damage each other with their bombs, that's really annoying. But other enemies can be hurt by them. Alright, now what did I fight my way through for? Oh, these guys! I am legitimately happy to see you guys! Thank heavens! After all this suffering! Whoa! Oh, come on. Don't shoot off to the side. We got the flippers! All that torture! All that suffering! For the flippers! And there's only one item at the moment I can get with them. So let's get back to my house and go to Lake Hylia to... Wait, no, I can get more. We can take the warp from Lake Hylia. We don't need the power glove. I don't think I've ever felt more relief playing a randomizer. That was just a nightmare. That was one of the worst situations I've encountered. I mean, I know I'm pretty terrible at a lot of things, I'm going to be honest, but I really do think that the hammer has... In fact, in quite a lot of games, the hammer is simply terrible to use. I think it's only about as... In this, it's as strong as the level 3 sword, but it has simply abysmal range. It's also a bit slower to wield than the sword, which is kind of a problem. With, let's see, with Ocarina of Time, it was very slow. It wasn't... I think it was about as strong as the Master Sword, which was alright, but for its slow speed, it was absolutely terrible. Oh, we're getting pursued by a thief. So when we got it back again in Wind Waker, the Skull Hammer was definitely big and unwieldy, but it was kind of strong and it had its fun moments. I'm tempted to throw you into the water. I'm gonna drown him. All that work, all that suffering, and it's yielded us 20 rupees. Like, just... Would I have been able to defeat the Armos Knights if I ran out of arrows? Because I don't have a sword? I'm almost beyond caring, but yeah, the hammer... Let's see. We haven't really used the hammer very much. It probably got better as things went on, because... After Wind Waker, where we had the Skull Hammer, which was mostly... A, for hitting switches, and B, for having fun hitting mini-blins a very long way with the horizontal strikes. It appeared in Phantom Hourglass, where it was one of the most useful items going around. Magic powder, that's sort of helpful. Oh, thank you. It's starting to get worth it. We need 12 more rupees. $12 more rupees until we can get screwed over by King Zora. Odd that Octoroks don't seem to be able to move on water. What's over there? It's arrows, and I probably do need arrows at this point. Let's... Wait, is he going backwards? Yeah, some enemies do move very strangely when they're placed on water. Would you... It's a heart, which is useful, but not as useful as I was hoping. Oh, just a little bit of money. Just a little bit of money. Come on. I'm 20 rupees short and Papa needs a new pair of everything. Well, we'll get these arrows because then I can kill a few more enemies with the bow. Octoroks can sometimes drop 20 rupees, which is nice. There it is. Alright. Well, we've got our 20 rupees. Octoroks, interestingly enough, have appeared in almost every Zelda game. They're fairly popular and commonly... No! You bastard! The stupid hammer! Stupid hammer! Slow, outdated piece of junk. Should have known better. That's my own fault. I'm venting my frustrations. Alright, let's try this again. Well, there's an Octorok up there. We might be able to get some money for that. Funny how the enemies that I've said actually give you money aren't giving me money. 2 miserable rupees. That's all I want. 2 miserable rupees. Which I should never have lost in the first place, but I got greedy. They don't drop anything. Is the Octorok... Come on! No love from the Minish? No help? No little things left behind for me to discover? Lots of slowdown though. It's a cold, cold world. Where's that Zora gonna spawn? Yeah, there are times where I just left utterly defeated by things and I go quiet. This is one of those times. I just need 2 more rupees. There's 1. And there's a lot of slowdown. There's another heart, which I don't need. Now, if I was playing the game regularly, I could just stun an enemy and wind up taking a rupee that way. Don't think I want to go down there. That's a bomb. Right, now don't engage any more thieves. We stay a very long way away from thieves. We do not try to fight them. We have 500 exactly. We have just enough for King Zora to screw us over. How'd I break that bush? I don't have a sword. Alright, what's he got? You have got to be kidding me! One day, I'm sure one day somebody... Now, I sincerely hope that when things went to hell and Ganon's forces were bursting out of the light world, somebody gutted that fish. Now, for now, I can actually go back to the desert. It's a long walk. But we can get a couple of little things there. We're stuck on terrain. And we've somehow got into the warp. That... I don't think I've ever had King Zora wind up with anything even remotely helpful. Maybe once. Once when he gave me a medallion I needed to get into a dungeon. Otherwise, an absolute waste of space. They couldn't have cut down the cost of that. Could they? They couldn't have made things a bit cheaper. At least a bottle salesman gives you something useful. I think I got the Master Sword for him in the actual Let's Play run of this. This has been unbelievable. The amount everything I've had to go through just to get the flippers, and that bastard, that scum of the earth, stiffs me. I mean, you know, I know he almost always does, but that time was a personal insult. Oh yeah, you can actually run over those mines if you've got the Pegasus boots, but I forgot that. I stopped trying... Oh. Wait, I need to go up this way. Yep, we're good, we're good, we're good. We've got... I'm sorry for all this, Phoenix. Bet you're probably wishing you were back in court. It's a good thing you're insanely durable. This has been objectionable. There is no other way of putting this. It's been a nightmare. Let's see what I can come up with. Oh! Of course! What Moldorms? I hate Moldorms! No hearts in the pots, unfortunately, and it's a pity I don't get to actually take that with me. Because I can't damage the Helmosaurs with the hammer. Oop, Tektite. Oop. Just a lot of careful maneuvering. Oh well, we'll take a hit, but there's, if we light those, there's actually a fairy fountain up here. No, wait a minute, that's wrong. We have to... Is it this one? Or is it this one? That's the one, that's right. There are many torches throughout the Desert Palace, and I've forgotten. Like a chump. The only torches you actually have to light are the 4 at the end. The others do nothing. I got what was down here, didn't I? Yeah, because that's right, I hammered the jellyfish just as it started electrocuting itself. So, what we need to do is go in here and get a key. So I will sacrifice progress through the dungeon because I don't have the big key. And I will grab 2 chests in here. We sort of have what we need. I can get up the mountain now. That is something. But I cannot get out of the Dark World. I do not have the hook shot, so I cannot access Paradox Cave. But we're getting a little closer after those disastrous starts. We're getting a little closer. Jeez, multiples. Well, that was actually a fairly decent shot. So that's the problem I have with them. The random movement actually makes them very hard to hit unless you're using a sword, because enemies with super random movements have a very bad tendency to move just out of your hitbox. Well, there's a little extra health. I don't even think that's a gold bee. Right. Sanctuary. Let's go to the sanctuary and let's see what we can get by going up the mountain. Things have not been going right for Phoenix. But despite my frustration, I've persevered. I don't even know if I've managed to make all these disasters funny. Some of them have just been tragic. Oh, they leave full magic jars. That's pretty good. Birds. Oh, it's like a Hitchcock movie. So as I mentioned, hoarders will always drop the same item. It's randomized, and it can be very helpful. So we maneuver through the cave, we meet the old man, and we will get an item. You might find some interesting enemies stuck in the walls. Oh, good heavens. Wait for him to come up this way. There we go! That actually worked out in my favour for once. Admittedly, they're fairly easy to... Wow, this is... Well, this is bright. Welcome to Death Mountain and its neon colours. We got a map. Because of the shadow of the rock, I thought the old man was in midair. So there's an item we can go and get here, which I think I actually forgot about in the previous attempt at recording. What's it gonna be? So, on our fairly bright Death Mountain, I run into a rock, there's a fish flopping around. At least the view of Hyrule looks nice. I don't think the palette changes on that. So, in here, is it? No, it's not that one. Crumbs. I can at least use anti-fairies to restore my health, but yeah. This has been quite an ordeal. It's shattered my will for storytelling. I usually try and be a decent storyteller so I can sort of engage with the audience, things like that, but this time it's just gone. I go very quiet and get very serious when things go absolutely wrong, and I just have a tendency to withdraw. So this is just a compass. Thieves Town, which we can't access just yet. Pretty much the entire Dark World is off limits. If we get the Moon Pearl, a lot of the game opens up. But for now, let's just persevere. Well, I'm thinking of going up there, but I can't get there. I can't go through that. I have the power glove and the hammer. I think I have a long shot. No, wait, I think I need the use of my items to actually leave the dark world in certain areas. You know what? Let's try it. It's a long shot. It's all I can think of off the top of my head. But I need to try and get into the dark world. Wait, I've got a bottle. That means I can get the item from the bug catching kit. There's hope on the horizon. All right. We can head back out to the desert, but indulge me in the mad scheme I'm about to perform. We have to sneak through... Wait, I've got the magic powder as well, so let's actually see, before I do go, what we get in place of half magic. Because if this is something useful, then I may not need to pull off my mad scheme. The tension is in the air. As we approach the altar of blood, pour some magic powder on it. Titan's Mitt. Okay, so that should lead us to King's Tomb. I'll have to go and check King's Tomb before I do run off and do my mad plan. This also makes it a bit easier to actually get in and do my mad plan. Let's get running across the landscape. What are we going to wind up running into? One of those. And a Moldor. Okay, King's Tomb is kind of a last ditch. There it is! There's the Moon Pearl. Alright, we're back in business. I mean, I can't do very much because I can't leave the Dark World. But everything's just opened up. The adventure just got much easier. Can't believe I missed that. So let's get on in here. Get ourselves healed up, and we'll do everything we can in the Dark World. Now, if I hadn't been stitched up by King's Aura, I should have made another save state. But it's a rite of passage to get screwed over by King's Aura. So we'll navigate the Dark World as much as I can. Here we go. Okay, so my mad plan wouldn't have worked, and it's orange. It's a sort of orangey brown. I think we need a bit more money. Well, this has been a turn up for the books. We've finally got that one item we needed to proceed. Getting the Moon Pearl at the Tower of Hera was really what allowed the game to open up. It's a pretty significant item, though for all it does for you, it doesn't appear very often. I suppose because the Dark World isn't really used that much, it only appeared in Four Swords Adventures. How did I not take damage from that in the first place? Yeah, there is some weird... I shouldn't have hit that. But we pound all these down and we've got an item. If I can actually get in there. Not impressed. I think it was a heart piece in the original game. So let's make our way out and see what else we have here. If we scoot along here, we can bomb our way through. It does feel a lot better actually having something that helps me make progress. Just that feeling you get when you're finally on track, you've worked out what you needed to do. Dark Palace, we will be going there eventually. I think I need 30 rupees. Because otherwise I can't do the treasure chest game. Admittedly, Phoenix probably should be used to finding himself broke again. So the mad scheme I was talking about was seeing if I could actually get around to the pyramid, because I didn't know if there was anything I could do otherwise. I can make it to the pyramid now. Because I was starting to think that something I needed would actually be on the pyramid. Well, we've got a better shield at least. Let's go and see what's on the pyramid at the very least. Sneak around, there is still dead fish. So, we can also dash that down if we want some fairies. Speaking of, with only 3 hearts left, pretty much any hit will be deadly. So with renewed confidence, we can charge on. This has at least been the most interesting run I've had. There's a major sense of discovery and everything, and we've got amazing lime green water that looks kind of like the radioactive water in that one area in... Wait, that's bombs. Yeah, it looks like the radioactive water in the back corner. Let's assume the back right corner if you're facing towards the front of the ship. If you're standing at the... No, if you're standing at the stern of the ship, it's the back right corner in Rusty Bucket Bay. Well, they're not happy to stick around. We've got magic at least. Well, let's persevere. Yeah, I always liked the design of Rusty Bucket Bay. It was actually my first experience with Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, that might be a bit shocking to hear. But I genuinely enjoyed it, even though it was a bit of a challenge. I didn't really know much better. I just thought it was fun and I really liked the music. It's the sword! Oh! And I pressed the wrong button. Oh, how good it is to be able to do that! It's crappy, but all things considered, but it's a sword. We now can make our way up to the catfish and get the Quake Medallion. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie's design always impressed me. I really love how the game plays, and I loved just messing around on Rusty Bucket Bay at a friend's place, trying to work out all the little puzzles. I didn't realise how infamous it was at the time. But it became my favourite level. I loved the music. I loved the challenge behind it. I thought it was a legitimately enjoyable level. I'll admit, even now it can be a pain in the backside. But there's just something about it, because it was my first experience with the game, that has stuck with me. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'd be hard-pressed, probably, to find part of that game I genuinely disliked. I mean, I know there are some tough challenges along the way, but I still love just going through it, testing my skills and seeing how quickly, for a reasonably basic player like me, I can beat it. It holds a lot of great memories because of absolutely everything I've experienced with it. It was a great part of my childhood. That didn't work, oh well. There we go. Now, I was very fortunate that I was growing up in the era where Rare was at their peak. Just a map. I missed out on the Donkey Kong Country trilogy just, because I got into gaming with the Nintendo 64 era. So we can't get to that guy. But I got a lot of good games out of it. Starting out with Shadows of the Empire was good, then Mario 64 came along and just really picked things up for me. That was an incredible experience. It might look a bit outdated these days, but it changed gaming really. It showed off so much. I didn't really want to do that, but okay, let's avoid the fire bars. Swim. And keep going. Where do we get out of this area? We can swim down here, I believe. Right into the path of the Moldorm, but we have a sword. We also can avoid it. Don't want to hit that because that's as powerful as those crickets. Okay, so I can still do a few extra things along our way. Don't want to get hurt by the rocks. Really haven't found many health pickups. It's mostly been crap in all fairness. Why have I gone back to bombs? But anyway, I do consider myself pretty lucky with the... That's right. See, that was the point I was making earlier. Because crows and dactos are essentially counterparts, you're going to wind up having crows do the same damage as dactos do, and I hate dactos. Now... I still don't have enough money to at least do the treasure chest game. I need money. Stupid glitch... Ugh. Well, at least I got some health back. Gotta find a place to get some money. Sometimes I've had enemies drop 5 rupees when they're stunned, which has been pretty nice. Really shouldn't have trusted King Zora. $27 rupees. So near, yet so far, you bastards. That sums... And I got him, and a mine blew up on me. That sums everything up quite nicely. Oh, great. Oh! I'm doing my best, I really am. I don't have any more words. I think I'm just gonna have to go into the Dark World and go to the little cave. In by Lake Hylia. It's the only spot I can think of off the top of my head where I can possibly get money. Relatively easily. I'm really sorry, everyone. I genuinely and honestly am. It's just been one disaster right after another, and I just do not have the words anymore. I can try Thieves Town. I've just got to try everything. I mean, I wish I had something intelligent, something witty to say. To just sort of bounce back. But I've been playing so badly and I've run into every conceivable disaster that I just have nothing. Heart piece. Alright, so they're about as powerful as Slayrox, so I think we're fine there. Lionels again! Now they're actually deserving of their reputation. You can use the magic powder on that. I'm not sure if we've seen it this time around. Well, there's some money. But when Phoenix is under the effect of the Dark World, he will transform into the Blue Badger. Right. Let's move around. Tektite. Dead Rocks. Oh no! Dead Rocks are also pretty frustrating to deal with. Wait a minute, I can stun my enemies. I need to stun them so I can get hearts back. Wait, what? Oh. Better than last time, there were Lionels up in this part. Well, there's more change. Money! Oh, I know money isn't everything, but it helps so much. There's the Blue Badger. in all its wonderful creepiness. So we need to go up here. We can sneak through this door to get back to the start faster. Right, with a lot more money in our hands, we're going to do the digging game and the treasure chest game. We are moving. We are finally getting ahead again. I suppose it makes sense that Thieves' Town would have money. Yep, it is 30 rupees. Second chest is always what you're getting out of it. Bombs. So, let's see what we've got at the digging game. Let's see how long my spirits last, too. Can't help the blacksmith. But we're getting closer. We've got to be getting closer. I haven't even been out to the Desert Palace yet. I forgot to go out to the Desert Palace. There'll be something there, mark my words, and I'll feel like a fool. So, what are we going to get by digging? Well, at the moment, still not much. Green rupees. That's better. Stuck on a rock. Oh. That's good. That's very good. That's very good. We're getting back into the swing of things. We're getting some good items at last. Well, I'll grab those items over in... what's its thing? Out at Lake Hylia. Somehow I just sort of lost the ability to be coherent. I think I've just sort of burned out at the moment. I may not record all this in one shot because I'm not really experienced with streaming as style things as such. And I am sort of doing this as if it's a stream. It's just me talking to myself, though. So, what's this little cave got for us? Another big key. Okay, that's handy. Once I get back into the light world, I can reactivate the flute and we can travel a lot faster. But we've got a key. Need that. That never hurts. Right, so nothing particularly game-breaking there. Save and quit again, and we'll move on. Snap back to the sanctuary. Get ourselves healed. Been quite the journey in all honesty, but we're nearly making headway. We don't quite have enough to break into some of the dungeons. There's not much we can do if we do actually manage to get up to the Tower of Hera. But we might be able to grab a few things in the Dark World. Suppose it all depends on where we go. And here we are. We have freed the duck. Now I can grab a couple of items in the Misery Mire too. In that general area, anyway. So let's get whatever item is in the big chest of the Desert Palace. I still have to go in the front way. Read up on your law books, Phoenix. Time to make our way in and see what we've got. One item, let's make the most of it. If it turns out to be something big, I'll be particularly happy. Unsurprisingly, given everything that has happened. Get rid of you. There's our switch. And we get... I've never been so disappointed to see a heart piece in my life. One more and we fill out another container, which is nice, but... And at the risk of making juvenile puns, it's a fairly big but. Wait, why am I not doing sensible things? That's right, because I'm not a sensible person. I didn't even notice I'd gone down to 1 heart. You know what, it might actually be time for me to sort of wind down, take a break, and then come back to this, because I'm clearly not in the best mood. So we get out... If I can get the mirror, a lot more opens up. I can use medallions! Oh, there are lots of things I'm used to not being able to do. I'm not thinking straight. I'm not even thinking crooked. I don't even think I'm thinking at all. Quake medallion. We've got that. If I dare, I can venture into the misery mire. This looks nice. Just a map. And a key. Plenty of keys to the Dark Palace. Which admittedly I can go to. It's usually a good source of items, but I'm not going there just yet. You know what? Let's get Misery Mire open. I do not have its big key. But I will do everything I can. There we go. Very nice swamp water colour. Really, really fitting, and kind of reminds me of Bad Magic Bayou in Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. That's not a warm welcome. Think I'll wait for that anti-fairy to come back. Think I'll just damage boost. Right, now what we do is that, and we're in. And it's a very suitable green colour too. Very nice work on the palette swaps. Gibdo. Missed. We do have to defeat all the enemies in here. How much damage to those? That shouldn't have worked. Run! Let's go outside, see if there's an... Wait, and no, enemies drop hearts. Right, I think this is actually a really good spot for me to stop off. To step back and have a rest. I need to bring a potion with me because I haven't been using one. My only chance to get through some of these rooms is probably the Bomos medallion. So tell you what, I'll meet you back at Misery Mire when everything's sorted out and I'm a lot more lucid. Alright, so we're back in business, and you might be noticing we're in a very different spot. That's because I decided that going into the Misery Mire right now is a bad move. Not with this little health, anyway. So I'm going into the Palace of Darkness because the game likes to push us there. We have plenty we can get there, in all honesty, and we have enough money to navigate through. So, been a few days since I recorded. Let's see if I actually remember what's going on and what needs to be done. Let's see if I can also go the right way for once. We have plenty of treasure chests. We have 2 keys, but there is a shortcut we can take which at least saves us on 1 key. And we'll be able to grab a few good items along the way. Of course, it all depends on what sort of enemies we're going to face, because I've run into some shockers, as we've seen. There's our monkey. We have to be very careful because if we take damage, the monkey will run off. Now, I would make some sort of reference to Money the Monkey, but I'm a little bit rusty on the second game. So let's go into the Palace of Darkness with a very nice colour scheme, very appropriate. And we'll grab everything we can. Well, it's been quite the interesting adventure so far. I'm hoping things really pick up. I could use some more health in all fairness. 10 arrows, we're already off to a flying stop today. I really did want to put in a good effort for everyone, but unfortunately it just went haywire somewhere along the way. I mean, under normal circumstances, with the kit I've got, I'd have been able to make my way through the Eastern Palace pretty easily, but the enemy randomizer does things like that. What's even worse is trying... I hate those. Is trying a randomizer with the damage changed. You can actually change how much damage enemies do, but this usually seems to make them deal about 7 or 8 hearts of damage. I tried it out and it was really, really frustrating. So we can dash into those walls. It's an interesting option, definitely. But don't quite recommend it. Let's see. There we are, we can take out Helmosaurs with that. That probably shouldn't have hit that snake. And here we go. You can actually tweak enemy health as well. That's a pretty cool touch. So you can make things a little bit more difficult along the way, but I really don't recommend doing the damage randomizer because it will pretty much veer into everything is a one-hit kill territory. And because the mail actually doesn't halve the damage you take, like it did in the original Zelda, you won't really have that much protection. Being able to navigate through here without the bow is actually pretty useful. So we've got in this chest just money. Wait a minute, I can use the bow on that. And there we go. And if we head down here, we can do some maneuvering to grab some more items. I think we have to hit that. Yep, okay, so basic soldier and whiz robes. Oh, that's not nice. Oh, that's a bit annoying. So we have to wait for those anti-fairies to come back. Oh, this has already gone horrifically wrong. Going better now. Get rid of the anti-fairy, then we'll take out the Wizrobe. There we are. They're actually not that difficult to kill. So, we can proceed through the dungeon a little further by sneaking up here. Then we'll be able to grab a few more chests along the way, but it all depends on what sort of enemies we have on the bridge ahead. Because if we get some really nasty ones, we're in for it. Of course, that can happen too, which is incredibly annoying. So, let's take a pot with us. Let's divert into here because we can... Do we have the big key? Yes, we do. So, we'll be able to navigate this area carefully. Don't have anything that can stun that. Don't have enough magic for the Bombos medallion. Just using the dinky level 1 sword takes a very long time to get anything done. Finally, let's see if we actually get something good. We've had some duds. Well, I'll take that. That's actually really, really vital. Boom. Can the boomerang go over? Yes, it can. A little bit of extra money never hurts. So I think we have to sneak our way down here, this way. If we want to... No, I was going the right way all along. I'm a little bit rusty, unfortunately. And probably the frustration of everything that happened before has set my memory a little bit haywire. Been a bit frazzled because unfortunately I'm busy with work. It's certainly been nice having some after a long time, though I admit there are some frustrating elements to it all. Suppose that's life, really. There we go, another heart container. We're finally getting a bit more durability. Could do with some mail, though. I wonder why bombs show up, but not enemies. Key to the castle tower. Okay. Oh, good. We can actually go up the tower now. I nearly bit my tongue. So we'll be able to head up there once we're done with everything we can do in the Dark Palace. We have a few more items to grab here. This is actually a pretty good place for exploring because you will get a lot of items very easily. All depends on what sort of enemies we have in here. Don't care so much about arrows. This is... Well, there we go. That's not too bad. Obviously, we needed to go out here to get our health back. Well, we've got money. We've got more of those little shadow things. There are normally anti-fairies in these corridors, so avoid them if you can, or just use them to restore your health. Ganon's Tower again, and this one is just a map. So it's disappointing for progress, but on the bright side, we do have more places opening up to us. And defeating Aghanim will unlock an item that we can get with the Pegasus boots. Of course, we're a little bit stuck. We'd have to go back to the start of the dungeon which means going down there, and I can't do that because I don't have the mirror. There are 2 items I want to get in here, but again, we have to save and quit. I should have looped around to get them, in all fairness. That's my fault. Like I've said, that bad habit of thinking about 10 steps ahead and not doing steps 1 through 3. On the bright side, let's actually go into Aghanim's tower. See if we get some much better stuff there. Anyway, I suppose I'll have to find some pretty good conversation topics along the way. Been a little bit quiet and mostly just observing what's going on. I think I got thoroughly broken by the last attempt at this. Thankfully, it's a pretty fresh day. And we've always got new opportunities in these randomizers. All the hard work you put in can lead to that great discovery. It is nice having that sense of, wait a minute, I can't get into Aghanim's tower. Curses! So I don't have the cape. And I don't have the Master Sword because you can't... Okay, well, looks like we're going back to the Palace of Darkness again. It's essentially like putting a giant jigsaw puzzle together doing a randomizer run like this. You just have to very carefully arrange everything. You have to constantly look at all the pieces, which, for the most part, look pretty identical. But then you find out where a certain piece goes. Of course, if there's only one piece that works and you have to try and find that, you're in a bit of trouble. It's certainly not a typically shaped jigsaw puzzle, let's put it that way. It's one of those really, really big ones, but there might be pieces that are different sizes. Once you find out how all the pieces go together though, everything runs pretty smoothly. I may not worry about 100% this time, I'll probably just go and defeat Ganon. But I do absolutely love this music. This is quite possibly... I wouldn't say there's a defined favourite piece of music I have in the Zelda series, but this one is incredibly close to that. Hearing the redone version of this in A Link Between Worlds really made me feel like I was home. Like it was going to be a worthy successor. Now, I'll admit that A Link Between Worlds isn't as groundbreaking as this. But it's familiar enough, but tries to do a few things differently along the way too, which is pretty nice. The idea of renting the items and going back to do the dungeons in whatever order you like was quite creative. And I suppose the fact that you could just sort of do it however you liked, you could take on the game in any style you like, was a good little precursor to some of the things they put in Breath of the Wild. Of course, Breath of the Wild has far less linearity overall. There are certain things you do have to do, but then the game opens up. But I just feel that A Link Between Worlds may not get enough credit at times. It's a very enjoyable game, definitely. And while it is, in its own sense, just a rehash of A Link to the Past, it pulls it off pretty well. It actually feels really true to the original while setting its own identity as well, and you kind of wish that in some ways there were bits and pieces they did more with. Because it deserved to be built on, really. It deserved to have those little extras that would make it really spectacular. Let's hide up here until that one gets out of the way. And that very persistent soldier isn't going to run off the edge. Boomerang. I should have taken damage there, I'm not going to lie, I should have taken damage there. Get rid of him, and try not to fall off the edge. Ooh, I thought I'd made it back. Okay, lift this. This is... this is already not going well. Let's get our magic powder out. There we are. Good as new. So we can loop around and grab the item over there. I can't really remember a lot of what A Link Between Worlds was like. I'm going to have to play it again because I'm a bit rusty on it. But I do know I genuinely enjoyed it. It was a really great experience for me. Oh no, I'm stupid. I completely forgot about that chest. I'll have to go back and grab it, but don't worry, we can do that because just down here, past all the death, is a floor we can bomb. Drop that right there, and down we can go. We can't get that chest up there, which is normally the big key. But if we jump off here... Fairy in a bottle, that's actually very helpful. Can we damage those heads? No, we cannot. But let's go back and get that chest and see what it is. Like I said, always prone to just forgetting that one little thing. If it turns out to be a really important item, I'm going to be kicking myself. Don't go back through the door. One problem with enemies that just sort of bounce you around. Bit of a pain, but could be worse in all fairness. But yeah, going back to the topic of the Zelda series. I really did enjoy A Link Between Worlds, as I said. I don't know... I'm not entirely sure what I'd call my favourite Zelda game, because I have a lot that I really appreciate. I'd be leaning towards Link's Awakening because of the remake. I really liked the original and the DX version, and the remake was just fantastic. I mean, given I Let's Played it already, should be no surprise. I had a great deal of fun with that, and I've always enjoyed the Game Boy versions as well. I like the Oracle games as well. They fly under the radar, and it would be very nice seeing them get a remake in the style of for Link's Awakening. It would be very creative. So we've got another heart piece. We didn't miss out on too much, but that's as far as we can go. We still need 2 more keys for this place. Let's stop off at the sanctuary and take stock while we get ourselves healed. Wrong one. So, we don't have any keys for Thieves' Town. Now, we can go to the Ice Palace, which I think should be my next destination. Misery Mire, we can get some things in. Ice Palace, we can explore because of the fact I have the Fire Rod. So yeah, anyway, I'd probably be leaning towards Link's Awakening as being my favourite Zelda game, but it's close. Now, most people would probably expect Ocarina of Time to be up there, and it is a really good game. It mainly looks a bit rusty these days because everything has built on it. I don't know if it's a personal favourite, but it does have my favourite dungeon in the series, in the Spirit Temple. I really, really love that one. Beautiful music, great setting, and a really good boss as well. Now, we can go in there, or we can put a bit of money into some bombs and arrows, which I shall do. Streamlined! So yeah, I do really enjoy Ocarina of Time. I wouldn't necessarily consider it a personal favourite. It certainly changed video games, and a lot of games that came afterwards owe something to Ocarina of Time. But if we are talking games, I think Majora's Mask probably stays a bit fresher than it. Because everything's copied Ocarina of Time and what it did in terms of technology. Just excuse me, a tick, minor microphone adjustment needed. But Majora's Mask has an identity all its own. It builds on Ocarina of Time, but it's incredibly creative and just sort of does its own thing. And the atmosphere and character building is excellent. It probably has the strongest supporting cast, or one of them anyway. Lionel, get inside. One of the strongest supporting casts of any Zelda game, and it really shows in the strength of character. Now, you'll be able to tell which ones are fake and which ones aren't in a palette swap, and I'm out of magic. Crap. I gotta scrounge up 6 more rupees. I know what I can do. We start at my place and we heal ourselves. Sorry about this, like I said. Taking too many steps forward. Or just forgetting to take the first steps and falling off the ledge. What we will do is we will run. And I will fish wrangle. The long journey begins. So yeah, I did enjoy Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask a lot, even if I got into them late. I probably didn't have as much of an... Well, Ocarina didn't have as much of an impact because things had changed, and I got into the series with Wind Waker, which was a very impressive title in its own right. A little rushed in some ways. They did work to a deadline and they weren't able to delay at that time, which was something the development team regretted. But Wind Waker has always had an impact. The sense of adventure is beautiful. You can just sort of go off and explore, and this vast open sea is yours to discover. You do have a degree of linearity, but you also have the option to just do your own thing. And that is valuable in a Zelda game. The freedom to explore, to check out all those mysterious islands. It's really beautiful. I have a bottle for that, so now we can go back into the Ice Palace. It's a really good balance of clear navigation, which is important. The original Zelda did have a lot of exploration options, but it was kind of terrible when it came to actually finding your way around. It was a bit awkward to navigate and you had to have a good memory. On the bright side, it was the first game to actually have battery-backed saves. Sorry, I got slightly distracted there. So it was pretty revolutionary in its own right. And that grand sense of adventure and discovery, plus the second quest, made it a pretty solid game that left a good impact. It's long since outdated, but the ideas it embodies are not. It's still a very solid game and it is well worth playing. The fact that Breath of the Wild went back to its ideas is highly commendable. And I believe that for the most part, that does pay dividends, sorry. Rightio. Deal with the Hinox. I just killed something that wasn't quite there. There we go. There's our key to proceed. See, Zelda 2 I've played and it's awkward. It's distinct, but it's probably not distinct for the right reasons in a sense. It can be a good challenge, definitely. And I mean, it's going to be a good challenge no matter what, because that's just the kind of game it is. Now, it's not entirely horrible. If you really are willing to put in the effort, you can get a lot out of it and you can get better at the game. I was tempted to not finish it. I got persuaded to and I'm glad I did. Hey, there's the mushroom. We can take that back once we're done. It's an interesting game that has some good ideas, but it's probably suffering a bit from poor mechanics more than anything else. Alright, so we have to get past that blade That's dirty pool. Thankfully, I don't have to deal with the enemies in here again. At least there's usually some sort of warning about wall masters in later games, and you could sort of see them coming. In the original game, they moved a lot slower and would actually wind up coming out of the walls. Just having them drop on you for no valid reason can be a little startling. So let's see how we do this time. Trying to evade a wall master on an icy floor won't go well. We need to hit the... Oh wait, wrong one, wrong one, wrong one! Crumbs. Why can't... Now, they did something much better with wall masters in A Link Between Worlds. They actually made you manipulate them in order to solve puzzles, which is really creative. I appreciate that because it finally gives them a use rather than being just flat out obnoxious. But yeah, Zelda 2 I like, but I'm not overly fond of it. It's not a bad game, but could be better. It is very frustrating and has some awkward mechanics along the way. Oh, this is bad. Right, this should deal with you. They could at least leave me some hearts behind. Okay, so I didn't get the little trick. Have to waste more bombs. I'm stuck. And... down we go. At least I've got a fairy. What are we going to find? We've got a Hinox and a Jazz Hands guy. There we are. Are there any hearts anywhere? Please. Well, that's one. That's right, bombs are actually very effective against Hinox. Oh no. Not looking forward to the next room. Spike traps. And very strong enemies that just do too much damage. Where is my mail? Alright. I'll bet you the Hinox has the key. Yep. And that was surprisingly the easiest one to kill. Don't hit the switch in here. Oh, that's also dirty. I don't have any health restoring resources. I've just got to press on and it's getting really, really annoying. Not having the bug catching net is actually a pain in the backside. I could always go and find out what the mushroom has. But yeah, navigating that particular room without dying, without getting absolutely massacred, is a pain in the backside. Because the spike traps also fit into the category of hard-coded for certain amount of damage. They'll always do 1 heart's worth of damage. Just like fighting Mothula, it's not the boss itself. If you can actually wind up facing Mothula in a boss randomizer, in a different dungeon, you will actually find it's painfully simple. It's the stupid flaw that causes you so much problem. So many problems. Sorry, very bad English. And let's take care of this guy. And there we are. So with them taken care of, and we have a lot more health, I can try this little trick again. That didn't work. Right, that should do it. Okay, we're in better condition, we've got the key, we can sneak our way through. Just missed. Okay, I'm going a little bit quiet because unfortunately it's turning into a bit of a disaster again. You can usually tell, as I said, so these will give out clues. Unique item is in Tower of Hera. I don't have any keys for that. Have I actually been in there? I can't remember. Or did I already clear that? Okay, so that enemy's dead. Sneak through. Avoid getting hit. Ow, there is... Well, we got hurt a lot, but as I'm trying to speak English and losing the ability to do that, there's no mercy invincibility, basically. You'll get a little bit, and that's it, but that was the old days of video games. It was very easy to get comboed to death. Just the way it went, really. Mind you, there are way worse games than this, it's just that the enemy randomizer can make life incredibly difficult for you. Like this! Wait a minute. When all else fails, C4. I've got the Bombos medallion, I might as well use it. Stop complaining about things going wrong, you idiot, and start thinking. You've got one of the most powerful items in the game. Use it to clear out enemies. Don't hesitate. There, look at that. You've got plenty of magic back. The enemies are dead, and you're going to be fine. No complaining. You don't get to if it's your own stupidity. So, if we've got a key beforehand, we can sneak on in here. But we do have to run across this floor. We can't dash across that floor. Line up the mimic. Thankfully, we only take one hit from that. I thought we'd take a bit more damage. But we can also restore our health with the bunny spell, whatever it is, that's under here. And we've got ourselves a key, and we can also get... We can get more health back by taking that out if we need it. Now we need it. There we are. Pull on the tongue to open the door. So it finally looks like we're getting somewhere now that I'm remembering how to play the damn game, and I'm really sorry about that. I'm just letting myself get way too stressed out. 5 rupees, just great. You're going to be finding a lot of 5 rupees in Ocarina of Time randomizers. Mostly because bomb pickups will be 5 rupees if you don't have the bomb bag. A little bit of money never hurts, but... Okay, we've got the magic boomerang. That's... Well, let's just say that's a thing. It's useful. You can switch between the boomerangs, but I don't know why you'd switch back to the regular one once you've got the magic boomerang. One more chest to get in here. Do we have the big key for... Yes, we do have the big key. Ah, there's the key to the Dark Palace, which will either allow us to get one more item or go and fight the boss. That's a bit dodgy. There is supposed to be a fire bar there, but they put a spiked roller right on top of you so that you'll walk into it and take damage. That's a problem with the randomizer. I'll admit it's... That's a bit dodgy, but that is just a matter of... It's how the randomizer goes. Money. And... bombs. Wait, it's this bit. There we are. Away we go. Well, that's not too bad. I mean, we're screwed as far as health goes when it comes to fighting the boss. We'll have to navigate around here if we want to get one last item. There's another key. I think anytime those weird holes appear, those shadows will... That's my fault. That shouldn't have worked. There's our way out. That wasn't a bad shot. 2 for the price of 1. Now let's see if I can grab some supplies here. We're at least getting some better health, but I could still use some defense power-ups. Alright, now we'd normally have to get past a fire bar there, and this is basically where we have to go if we're going through the regular path of the dungeon. Let's see. Nope. Because when you come through this normally, you have to go around the long way if you don't have... If you don't have the Cane of Samaria. Well, that's very rude. Good, there's a chest in the way. Key to Skull Woods. Well, we don't have much health left, so I'm not eager about taking out the boss. Got magic, though, so... Admittedly, the Pengators are fairly easy to deal with if you have the hook shot. One blow and they're down. Didn't get anything for that, which is a little sad, and we've got to deal with this thing. Wait, that thing does 4 hearts worth of damage? Well, I wasn't that eager about taking on the boss, but jeez Louise, that's rough. Okay. Now, I got into Turtle Rock. Oh, no. There are items I can get in Turtle Rock, but I will get lasered to death if I don't have the Mirror Shield, the Cape, or the Cane of Burner. How far did I think I beat Skull Woods? Looks like we're going back to the Dark Palace. This is quite the puzzle to work out, really. I haven't been to the Tower of Hera because I can't get up there. I haven't got the hook shot. I'm pretty much stuck when it comes to the mountain. I got whatever I needed from the old man, but otherwise I can't make it up there because I don't have the mirror. I don't have the Master Sword. There's got to be the mirror, the Master Sword, or the hook shot waiting somewhere nearby. And when we work out what it is, do I have the... Wait a minute. Oh. I've only beaten one dungeon. Did I beat the Desert Palace? No, because I need the key. I sacrificed the key to get a couple of items in the Desert Palace. So, a bit of sword spamming, and let's get rolling. Don't need the lamp. Bow's probably our best bet for self-defense until we get a better sword. I mean, usually I've been able to just sort of breeze through these relatively quickly. With my basic knowledge of the game, it's probably around about 4 hours, 4.5 hours. And that's me being a perfectionist. But this time, with the enemy randomizer on and some pretty tough requirements, it's been brutal. I've died a lot. Way more than usual. I mean, I usually do wind up dying a couple of times early on, but this one's been tough. It almost is just like playing Zelda 2 again. Some very unforgiving situations. But of course, the more you work at it, the better you get. I've got enough for a red potion. I've just realised that. I'm not sure where those skull-headed snakes appear anyway. But yeah, we know pretty much what I think about the first 6 Zelda games and the Oracle titles. Now, I'd definitely like to work with those. They're very enjoyable. They have their own distinct styles and some pretty neat mechanics. They worked on the same engine as Link's Awakening, which does make me hopeful that someday we could get a Link's Remakening style remake of them. I think it'd be pretty neat anyway. So they have pretty good stories, they have some nice mechanics, the dungeons are really creative, and they hark back to the old games in a way, while adding their own twist on things. Right, so there is precisely one chest I can get if I go towards the boss. I'll get another crystal if I go towards the boss. I have the map for here. Right, executive decision, we're going for the boss. Because there is an item hidden in that one room that's south of where we wind up going to the underground area that's sort of a preview to the boss room. So, normally we'll need to push a statue onto here, but I don't have the Cane of Samaria. Why did I think I had the Cane of Samaria? That's right, because I had the Cane of Samaria in the last run. Right. Once again, we'll need to defeat all the enemies to get through here. It's gonna need a lot of patience, but soon enough. Do you mind getting out of my way? There we go, and we can proceed. Right in the center of the eye. So yeah, this one's been a bit of a mystery. I might be able to sneak into the Misery Mire again, I don't know. I'm not sure if there's a chest down here, but this has a lot of pickups. Oh, I know one of the places I could have gone. I could have gone to the big chest. I'm going to need 2 more. Not the big chest, the chest that's normally the big key. So, I'm going to need... But I at least want to see which crystal I get. Press Y to switch between those items. Well, no going back now. We're on the road to the boss. There we are, that little irritant is out of the way. What have we got in here? Screw this. Oh, come on. Wait a minute. Okay, that's one of them. Magic. And then Bomos. Oh, the irony. The one I kill drops a magic jar. That's about how well this run has gone, honestly. Oh well. Anyway, we are nearly at the boss. All we gotta do is push a block out of the way. And now I know there was an anti-fairy up here, so let's top our health up. Move very carefully. There's also a whiz robe. What? Where did you come from? Alright, no more unpleasant surprises. The boss is... Shoot. I have to take this on with a level 1 sword. Of course I wound up wasting my bloody potion. Fantastic. This already isn't going well. Well, that was a mistake. I can't fight any bosses with this crappy little sword. Well, look, let's go and get my magic back. I mean, Cold Stare is definitely... It's not... I'm not in the position to fight it. Because I would have needed the magic I used up in order to defeat it. Okay, where's that fish? Let's at least try using the fish. There we are. We can get our magic back this way and get a little bit of money into the bargain. We can also take the mushroom back. That might give us something. It's getting a bit desperate in all fairness. I need something that will help me stop dying. I need a better sword. I need better armor. I need to play better. Alright, we've got some money. We just need 20 more rupees. Wait a minute. If I fall into the well, then I should... No, wait, it's in here. It's in the Thieves' Hideout. There are 30 rupees we can grab there. This has been way more difficult than I ever expected it to be. The enemy randomizer definitely has not helped. But that one's on me because I chose to do it. So, trying to get back to the Oracle games, I I like their dungeon designs. They had some pretty interesting characters that I wish were developed a little bit more because they were quite creative. Having some different villains along the way was fun, and being able to link the games up was fun too. The rings were nice, but they were probably a bit fiddly to try and find in some circumstances. Could have been a lot worse. Rightio, so we'll need to go off screen and come back in order to get the whatever the magic powder would be. We do it this way to avoid the blade traps. It's a compass. Fantastic. Right, so I'm probably going back to the Misery Mire at the moment. I can't remember if I beat Skull Woods or not. Because the dungeons will only show up... Tower of Hera's got... Yeah, the dungeons only show up if you've got their map. That's really annoying. So it looks like it's back to the Misery Mire for me. Just quickly hold on a tick, grab a drink. And there we are. So if I find the one key for the Desert Palace, we're back in action there and we can beat the boss. So I have more health so I can survive the Misery Mire. I have a health potion. I have a magic potion. We should be good to go. Now the first room was pretty much death. We don't have the big key still. If I stay out of the way of everything here... There's a head coming towards us. You know what? Screw it, we're damage boosting. Alright, well that didn't work out. But this did, and we will ready the Bombos Medallion to clear out the enemies in here. We have Gibdos, Let's go, Bombos Medallion! This is probably my best and only means of survival. The fact I have such a potent screen wipe. What have I missed? What survived the fiery wrath of the gods? Oh, one of these things. There we are, the door is open. We can venture into the Misery Mire. And it does look like a pretty dark and dingy place. Probably very accurate to the actual colour palette of Misery Mire. Now, if I remember correctly... There we go, now we're back at full form. Let's grab this other pot so we can deal with the Hard Hat Beetle up there. And if we head up here, we'll be able to get on the path to some of our chests. Get rid of all the enemies in the way, and if we head up here, we can go and grab one. Okay, this could have been worse, but with better equipment, we've made it further. We've got the bug catching net. Now I can catch fairies if I run out of healing items. Because I'm probably, in all fairiness, going to need them for a little while. Somehow I did not get hurt then. There's one key. And of course, some of these do just constantly spit fireballs as long as you have your sword out. We'll have to take a few blows. All that pain for 20 rupees. Could have been worse. Could have been the 1 rupee or the single arrow. But yeah, we know what I think about the Oracle games. It's probably after Wind Waker that I think things tend to drop off. Because I didn't play Four Swords. It was a good... That's right, I've got the red shield. It was a good, but I'd probably say, experimental Zelda game. It was basically just testing things out. We have to come all the way here, and we'll conserve a few keys as we go. Like, it's not a bad game, all things considered, but it's a very basic multiplayer game, sort of trying to prove a concept, as it were. Four Swords Adventures built a lot better on that, and it is pretty fun. It's not fantastic, and it's nearly impossible to play it as it was meant to be played, but it still has its really good points. Need to wait for that thing to come over here. Get some health, get out of dodge, and grab another chest down here. So that's not too bad. I did enjoy playing it. I do wish I could have experienced what it was like in full flight, but sadly it was not to be, and it was still a good single-player game in its own right. Obviously it was meant to be experienced with multiplayer, but the sort of chaos you get doing that... now let's see. No, that's not where I want to be. I want to be down... We want to go down here. But first, cut across here. So yeah, Minish Cap is a good game, but it's just unfortunately short. It has its good points. It has a really nice art style, it has some good dungeons, and a pretty good soundtrack with some interesting items. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it really rises above things, but it does give us a neat new villain in the form of Vati. And I think he needs to show up a little bit more. If we're going to have somebody besides Ganon, it would be nice seeing him come back. Wait, thieves aren't affected by the Bombos medallion? That's a bit of a surprise. Twilight Princess I did like. I don't know if it's as great as Ocarina of Time or the other games. It's still a good enough game in its own right, but it does still feel a bit too much like it's trying to emulate those great games. Oh, spiked roller. Unpleasant. We got the mirror! Finally! Finally, we've got the mirror. Everything opens up. So much more opens up. We've got the entire Swamp Palace ahead of us, for one thing. Let's get the items up here. That changes everything. So yeah, Twilight Princess is a good game. It certainly has some perks. It has some very interesting and distinct items. I especially like the claw shots because you get to be Spider-Man. But there are, at the same time, points that really do make it feel like it is just being a retread of Ocarina of Time. It certainly tries to do a little bit more with characterization, but it's not quite... I don't think they quite got it to be what they wanted it to be, and I think the developers admitted that. Like, it's not a shocker. It's not bad. I don't think it quite stands out as one of the greats. It's close to the greats. It's got a lot you can do, but I think it misses something compared to Ocarina of Time. It's probably because it is like Ocarina of Time, and much of what Ocarina of Time did had already been, well, when Twilight Princess came out, much of what it had done had already been done by Ocarina of Time. There's an item we can get just up in the northeast here. Let's go do that. Now, the DS games, I tend to think of them as proof of concept games. They're nice ideas. They've got some pretty cool mechanics, and they have a really, really awesome hammer, and we just get bombs. What a letdown. But I would have to say, in all honesty, that I do think they could have done more with the series on the DS. The games are good, but they're not really great as such. There's a lot missing from each one of them. They are still solid games in their own right, and they do deserve a lot of love. There's something there. There's something that's not quite there, basically. They needed to really refine things from Phantom Hourglass, because Spirit Tracks is good, but it doesn't quite fix a lot of the things that were annoying about Phantom Hourglass. The Tower of Spirits is a lot better overall compared to the really, really irritating Temple of the Ocean King, but it's still bothersome to come back to the same area over and over again. It would be nice if that had been changed. Now, I don't mind the fact that you're travelling around on a train. Yes, it might screw up the typical overworld in a sense, but I'm going to admit that I'm kind of biased because I grew up with train sets. I was the kid who really liked Thomas the Tank Engine, for one thing. And it adds a certain magic to the whole thing as far as I'm concerned. I find there is a certain charm to the overworld being on trains. I didn't mind Phantom Hourglasses, but Spirit Tracks feels like it has so much more character to it. And that is a very nice touch. I like the little bits of customization that are there for fun, but overall, I would still say there are lots of elements that do ultimately make the DS titles more proof of concept ideas than anything else. They don't really, in my opinion anyway, they don't take it as far as they could. They don't really push the boundaries. So they wanted to do a Link to the Past on the Game Boy originally, and Link's Awakening... oh wait, that's going to be this... I don't have the Master Sword. You fool! Oh, I feel so unbelievably stupid. So overjoyed at getting this, but yeah. So yeah, I do like those. I do wish they could have been a bit more, but I know that they're not necessarily bad games. It's sort of... You just wish they'd done that little bit extra with them, that they'd really built on the DS. The controls weren't bad. I didn't mind them. Maybe a little awkward, but they could have been a lot worse. I'd probably argue that the DS is a little bit better than the motion controls of Skyward Sword, even with the Wii Motion Plus. And that's the thing, Skyward Sword on its own is not exactly a bad game. It's not fantastic though. It can't decide whether it's deconstructing the Zelda formula and changing things around, or playing it straight. It throws a few curveballs at you in the start, saying things are going to be different because now you're fighting Girahim, and you don't use the dungeon item. You can't just wave your sword around, you have to think about this. Then for the rest of it, it goes back to being a typical Zelda game. Apart from when you fight Girahim, which is a bit sad. Now, it did have some gorgeous graphics, some interesting dungeons. I do lament the lack of the overworld content. They were sort of like mini dungeons in a sense. Switching out items with the adventure pouch was really irritating in some ways. And of course the fact that you kept getting the item explanations no matter what was also particularly bothersome. Could have been worse, in all fairness, but I'd like to think that I'd at least be able to remember. And while I did think Girahim was pretty interesting, I really have to admit that I hated the retcon they threw in with Demise, that Demise is responsible for Ganondorf being the way he is because Ganondorf is an embodiment of Demise's curse. That genuinely screws up... What are we going to get from here? Bombs. To me, it genuinely screws up Ganondorf's characterization in The Wind Waker, which is my favourite incarnation. That Ganondorf knows he's done some horrible things in pursuit of what he wants. He knows that he's just been stupidly evil. He's a bit smarter about how he does things. But he still can't let go, and he's aware of that. He has incredible depth. There's a sense of humanity to him in a way. I really appreciate what they did with him. They made him he's still evil. He still can't let go of the past and is willing to do more terrible things. There's some mail. And isn't that a nice suit? Much sharper. So we can go back north of Kakariko and get the item just above the graveyard. But the fact that Ganondorf made those choices, he knows he made those choices, and that they weren't necessarily good, but he went ahead and did them anyway because he believed that ultimately what he was doing was right. Bees! And skulls! Bees with skulls! Well, this is more skulls! And dead ends! Oh dear, this has just gone badly. There we are. That was an interesting diversion. So let's go back there. But, yeah, basically, I just don't like the way they set up that curse for Demise, because it means essentially none of the villains really have free will. They're just forced to be evil because of this curse some random guy put on everyone ages ago. And it's sad in a way. Because you take some interesting characters and you strip any individuality from them. They're just doomed to be puppets their entire lives. And that's incredibly sad. It possibly makes them even more tragic because Ganondorf might have wanted to be a good person. He might have really thought that everything sucked for the Gerudo. And he was never going to be able to do the right thing for them because of some stupid curse ages ago. The poor guy was always destined to get it wrong, and that's really, really tragic. Just a compass. Honestly, it almost makes you feel sorry for Ganondorf in a sense, that there's just nothing left for him in his life, no matter what he does, but to be a two-dimensional villain. That there is no subtlety, no nuance to what he is doing. He is doing everything he does simply because it is written in the stars that he has to be evil, and that is really sad. That's probably the major reason I don't like Skyward Sword. I didn't really like the gameplay. What were really good ideas often wind up feeling a bit boring at times because of the way the game is executed. And while it does look really, really nice, there are some bits which are quite obviously padding. I would have preferred more areas to explore, different challenges. Also, the escort mission with Scrapper absolutely sucks. And the stealth section absolutely sucks as well. Right, so I have to avoid... Now, there's a trick we can do. Let's hope I get it just wrong. Run away from the dog. So, if you don't have the hook shot, if you're very careful, you can do that. I don't have the cape. For heaven's sake, remember. You do need the cape to get that. Little bit enthusiastic with the rest of the world opening up. Well, let's warp away and head up the mountain. Finally getting a few more things open to us. Just have to remember that some things aren't quite open just yet. But with the mirror around, things will finally be going our way. We can see clearly. So yeah, after Skyward Sword, there was a link between worlds, which, as we know, I do really enjoy. Triforce Heroes, I think, is absolutely terrible. It's my least favourite Zelda game, and one of my least favourite games of all time. We know that most Nintendo games have some sort of stupid excuse plot somewhere along the way. Mario has to save the princess for the billionth time, for example, because she's too stupid to hire proper guards. Problem is, we've basically got... Ooh, green potion. We've got something really idiotic. Even by the standards of an excuse plot. The Kingdom of Hytopia's princess opened a gift that was vibrating. It was probably one of the most incredibly dodgy things we've seen. It was fairly obvious that this was evil. She went ahead and opened it, and now all of a sudden she's cursed to wear a black bodysuit. Basically looking unfashionable. Now this is a problem, because if she can't take it off, how's she going to wind up going to the toilet or anything like that? There's a genuine concern there. But basically everybody decides to freak out and to think that their world is cursed and they can't be fashionable and things like that. And problem is, this seems like it really should be ripe opportunity for parodying the shallow and vapid nature of the fashion industry. Problem is, the game expects us to take things seriously. It seems like it should be a parody, but the fact that you do use fashion as an integral element of the game basically means that, okay, we're going to get you to take this seriously, even though this is incredibly stupid. And when you do get to the villain, probably the best way I think to describe her is your grandmother trying her hardest to look like she's about 50 years younger and just looking incredibly trampy as a result. It's kind of disturbing. Because, I mean, she has the gall to call the Lynx unfashionable, but her outfit, she's got this figure-hugging dress, Dame Edna Everage sunglasses, a ridiculously big hat, a parasol, and what can only be described as an Elizabethan ruff. It's one of the... I mean, I'm no fashionista, far from it, but that is one of the ugliest outfits I've ever seen. And she's not even a threat. First time she just sends her pets to deal with you, probably because she can't be bothered to do it herself. She might get her outfit dirty or something, I don't know. But then, when you do fight her yourself, she's not really that much of a challenge. The main issue is probably going to be coordination. And switching, either coordinating your team or switching between the different links if you're playing on your own. And of course that in itself is a problem, because some of the levels actually present like they're designed for you to play on your own. There are obvious advantages to playing on your own. But some of the levels are very clearly designed to be dealt with 3 people. There's no option to play with 2, it's 1 or 3. And it just feels incredibly fiddly and awkward the whole way through. Like, for example, the bonus boss. The fight against the Dark Links. They're a pain in the backside, but the interesting thing is, if you're fighting them as a team of human players, 3 people, it's going to be tough. But if you have one person, you can cheese it, which is a bit silly. Basically, what you do is you get the bomb suit. You bait the links to you. We've got the cane of burner. That's handy. You then draw the dark links to you. You drop a big bomb at your feet and switch to another dark link and switch to another link at the last moment, baiting the dark links into blowing themselves up. Or you can try and blow them off the edge with the gust jar. It just feels like it was really, really poorly made. It almost feels like it's being a parody of a Zelda game sometimes. Because the levels are fairly straightforward, there's not much room for exploration. Four Swords Adventures had its problems, but you could at least explore. It had really nicely designed levels that gave you plenty of room to wander around, try different things, and it was a competent single-player experience. You didn't have to get everyone together. I'm afraid I don't have anything good to say about Triforce Heroes. I mean, it switches on. But I just think it's a really poorly planned out, incredibly stupid and awkward to play game. I think it's the only Zelda game that I've genuinely decided I didn't want to play. Whoop, Lionel. For some reason it can't breathe fire over those little pits, which is handy, but now we have to run into it. Good thing we just got the cane of burner. Now, you're not going to need the cane of burner most of the time in the regular run, maybe just for getting heart pieces and things. But in the enemy randomizer, I will not blame you if you decide you need it. Also, certain enemies can't be knocked down pits. We drop down here. So yeah, if I'm going to be brutally honest about Triforce Heroes, and here's something that is probably a bit harsh. I'd rather play the CDI games. Yes, I know that's incredibly shocking, but I'd at least get a laugh out of the terrible voice acting, the awful cutscenes. Yeah, I know the games would probably be very clunky to play. Can't really go into Hookshot Cave unless we get the item at the end of it. I think I can Pegasus dash over here. Just this one. The hookshot can be in here. It's a key to Thieves' Town. That's actually very handy. But we have to fall off here. All good. Yeah, like, I didn't find Triforce Heroes fun at all. I just thought it was really, really stupid. I mean, every series has their absolute shockers along the way. Triforce Heroes is a functional game, and if you had some fun with it, then by all means, completely ignore me and my grumbling. Because if you had fun with it in the long run, that's really all I care about. I don't like it. I think it's terrible. But I will not deny you the right to have fun and consider that a game you like, okay? I might wind up ranting in an incredibly grumpy and over-the-top way, but I do not want to deny you your right to have fun, and if I do, then I genuinely apologize because I'm screwing up. Things like this should be fun. It doesn't matter if you hate games I like or you like games I hate, whatever. As long as we can be civil in our discussions and we can have fun with things, that's really all that matters to me in the end. Now let's go into the Tower of Hera as far as we can. Fairly certain there's something interesting in here. We don't have the big key for it as far as I know. Nope, but we do have the key that allows us to get into the back room. There's a big key. Let's avoid the Hinox and... Thieves Town's big key. Alright, we can go back in there. I think I went in there and got some items. I'll double check. I think with that key to Thieves Town, we'll be able to go down to the lowest area and get what we need from the big chest. Oh, we got the silver arrows. That's going to be handy for fighting bosses. So down here is the last item we can get for a while. Now, if I get my timing right, I can make myself invincible. You will note that there are unique patterns that will pop up in enemy randomizers. What have we got this time? It's a thing. It's slug or something? I'm not sure what that's meant to be in all fairness. Is it meant to be a landmolar or a mold? It's a moldorm. So let's light these torches with a well-placed shot from our fire rod. And we get another heart piece. That will take us back here. The mirror is going to be much more useful. Now I do need to go back over to Kakariko Village. I'm going to wait till I get a better sword before I take on a few bosses. There's an item just below Kakariko that we can get with the mirror. Then I can pop back into Thieves Town. No, wait, I got that item, didn't I? That was the mail. You idiot. Go back into Thieves Town and get your focus straight. Probably been too busy ranting. Now, Breath of the Wild. As I've said, I don't know if I really like... I don't know how much I like this game. When I first played it, I found it a fair bit annoying. I got used to its mechanics in time. I've got better with the combat system. I think it has too many quibbles for it to be a truly great Zelda game. That's just me. I think it's a very, very good foundation on which to build the rest of the series, though. So, the reason I want it to wind up ultimately looking outdated is not because I hate it, but because I want everything it did to be built upon, because there are so many good points. Get rid of what was dodgy about it. Build on all those positives and you will have a truly good game. You will have something really spectacular. I know it's not... I know it might take a little while along the way, but building on everything it's done, because there are lots of good points, will make something really spectacular. I love the sense of freedom and exploration. That's going to be a key factor that pops up for me when it comes to discussing Zelda games. Wasting way too much magic on that. Now, we can plow ahead and defeat the boss if we want, but I'm going to go exploring. Ah, must have got winged by the Hinox. So yeah, I love the ability to explore. That was probably my favourite part, the fact you can do everything your own way, your own pace, things like that. I would have liked a slightly more engaging story. But the fact that you don't need to spend all your time worrying about the story, that you can just... Now, the fact you don't have to worry about the story in a sense is pretty good. You can do as much or as little on the matter as you like. You just need to find all those memories to get the best ending. It does unfortunately mean that some of the characters are a bit shallow and underdeveloped as a result. So I would really like to see more expansion on the characters in Hyrule. And as another pointer, I would actually like to find out exactly why you couldn't get your weapons repaired. Having something to at least help you repair your favourite weapons would have been really helpful. Now, I suppose it makes sense from the standpoint of a villainous scheme to not let anybody survive to repair the Sword of Evil's Bane. There we go. Because that's going to be a bit of a problem for Ganon to deal with. If you want to get rid of if you want to make sure nobody rises up against you, you take out all their Magi technology, and you wind up taking away their most powerful weapon, the Master Sword. That was a pretty smart idea to actually just... Oh, there we are, another potion, that's handy. It was a pretty smart idea in all fairness, but it does mean that you can't really do very much about the weapons. Actually, I've gone a little bit... Oh wait, we don't need to bomb the floor in these randomizers. Because blind isn't necessarily the boss. So basically to get a clear point. Now Ganon probably did the intelligent thing in Breath of the Wild by murdering every single blacksmith in existence. Because that way, no one can cross him. No one can repair the Master Sword. He doesn't have anyone threatening him in that sense, because he's already taken out the best Magi technology they have. With their only hope of repairing the sword gone, Ganon has the upper hand. I mean, it makes it incredibly annoying when you can't repair basic weapons. Ugh. Because you don't really want to use any of the powerful weapons you have, do you? You just wind up not wanting to do anything. You want to avoid combat because all your weapons are just going to break after about 5 seconds. And this was incredibly bothersome for me. I'm sure it was incredibly bothersome for a lot of people too. So with a story that didn't really have any consequence, meaning that a lot of characters were ultimately pointless, weapons you couldn't really use, and combat that was kind of irritating. Are you going to drop anything? No, you're not. Nearly missed that. I can understand why people would think Breath of the Wild has a few flaws along the way. It certainly has its strengths. The satisfaction you get when you finally master the combat system and take down a Lionel. Ether Medallion, not bad, is really something to behold. It's quite an experience. And you will feel particularly awesome for doing it. But there are so many little annoying quibbles that pop up along the way that sometimes I sort of wonder how well they balance things. Now I'll admit I can be a bit of a curmudgeon with things. It's not all horrible. Certainly not. As I've said, I like the exploration, I like the way I like the way they change up the formula. The boss fights were pretty enjoyable. The amount of innovation you have in taking those on is really good. There is a good sense of freedom, but they need to make sure they keep refining it to give us the best. So what do we got here? I can't win this fight. Yeah, I'm really not sure how best to phrase all my sentiments about Breath of the Wild right now. I'd probably have to see what they build on with the sequel, then I can say what I really think. But at the moment, my most definitive opinion of Breath of the Wild, let me just check where we're going, is that it's a vital catalyst. That it will ultimately lead to some important changes in the series and make the games better. I sincerely hope that will be the case, that they build on everything that was good, change what needed to be changed, and then we can have some even more impressive Zelda games, because if I'm going to be honest, I'm not entirely sure there have been any I'd consider truly great. Perhaps Twilight Princess might be the last one you could consider that, but as far as my personal favourites go, Wind Waker was probably the last one I'd really consider a genuine favourite. That's right, I don't need to go up here. What am I thinking? There needs to be that little something more that stands out, and I believe that Breath of the Wild can lead to the best the series has to offer, after what I'd consider maybe hit and miss quality. Gonna grab another drink, back shortly. And here we go. I know I'm a bit harsh on the Zelda series in all fairness, but I think that's because of what I started with. Because of how I feel about the series. I really, really want this to be at its best. And I know that it can pull off some amazing moments, even leaving aside Triforce Heroes, which as I've said, I genuinely hate. And even Triforce Heroes, if you're in the right mindset, that has its moments. It is especially interesting to note that Twilight Princess actually takes Link cross-dressing kind of seriously. It doesn't laugh at you for it, and in fact you get some very good benefits if Link is wearing female-oriented outfits. And to be honest, Link actually pulls it off with aplomb. Link is just honestly that stylish. But oh yes! Hookshot! I didn't go to No, I did go to Paradox Cave. But yeah, the hookshot is a sight for sore eyes. We're nearly there. It's just amazing how a few items changes this. Yeah, even the Zelda games I still consider bad or not that great, they still have amazing moments which make you so impressed with everything Nintendo can do. There are spectacular moments in each one, and each game has that little bit of extra character that really helps it stand out. They're generally distinct for a good reason, except when they're meant to be, when they're meant to be like a little team. Like how the Oracle games are meant to go together, how in a sense Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks are meant to go together, or at least I assume they are. But there's still something about all the games that just gives each one a unique and interesting spark. And now, I'm no game developer. I know that there's a lot of work that goes into it. And perhaps I'm being too harsh on the developers. But if I do offer critique, it's like I would see this is problematic, for example. I don't do that out of hate. I don't do it out of genuine spite or malice or anything like that. I do it because I love the games and I do want them to be at their best, to recapture all the magic that made me love the series in the first place, because it's a little bit sad if your favourite series does lose that pizzazz. It happens sometimes. Long runners don't always maintain peak form. You don't want them to wind up utterly degenerating. But at the same time, you've got to realise that I suppose I've got to realise that they won't always be at the peak. Not everything will be something that is for me. If I want a game that's for me, I should go off and make my own blasted fan game or something like that. But it would only ultimately be for me and people who think like me, and if there are more me's in the world, that's actually a pretty terrifying concept. I'm bad enough as it is. I don't think we need anyone else who's really like me, which is why I've always been convinced that if I do ever find a girlfriend... Oh crap, I don't have the big key. Big surprise, I don't have one. Basically, if I did ever find a girlfriend, they'd have to be every bit as crazy as me just to put up with me, otherwise they'd just go, "I'll see ya," and walk out. Probably wouldn't blame them, in all fairness. But it's difficult sometimes. It's very difficult making sure these games... Well, just making sure these games fare as well as they can. Because you've got to try and please so many people with so many different elements of the fan base. So even as I'm complaining about Triforce Heroes, I'm quite aware that I'm going to be sounding a bit entitled in some ways. Triforce Heroes is not for me. I wholeheartedly acknowledge that. And I hope that the people for who it is designed get a lot of fun and enjoyment out of it. So, I mean, I've been able to tolerate... well, not so much tolerated watching Let's Plays. I've been able to tolerate it, enjoy it even when it's well played, probably because of the strength of the commentators. When it's not well played, it looks like a bit of a fiasco, in all fairness. And even if it is being well played, some of the problems still do come to light, like that really, really poor design element. For example, if you have only one link, then only the link you're controlling will take damage when you wind up falling off a ledge. This actually makes it really, really easy to manipulate the situation when you're fighting Vulture Vizier. You can simply wind up dodging his attacks by letting a doppel fall off the edge and you'll be fine. But if you're fighting Vulture Vizier with 3 human players, you really have to watch out, because that shared health bar is going to screw you over. They can't move. Whoa, there's slowdown and check out, and there's a guy moonwalking. Holy cow, the slowdown is incredible! Alright, what do we got? 10 arrows. Well, we got the hookshot first chest. I mean, I can't complain. Oh, I needed to hit the switch again. Curses! Oh dear, I'm still making mistakes. Yeah, really... Yeah, everyone makes mistakes. Developers don't always get things right, but I don't think they're doing it out of malice. They're definitely not doing it out of malice. Now, some people might deliberately sabotage a project on purpose. Depending on who you believe, some people say the remaining rare staff wound up putting in a whole lot of smart aleck comments about the vehicles and things like that in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts as a little revolt over what was happening to the series. And some people just don't wind up making things particularly well. But I don't think there's genuine malice in things if they're not made for me, or for you, or whatever happens. Because I'm just sort of sitting here thinking about all the spite I'm spitting out towards that game I don't like. Towards other games I don't like, but then I've got to remember that there are plenty of other people who will enjoy them, and yes, they're not for me. And we've got guys moonwalking into a wall. They're not for me, but there's someone there for. They're not irredeemably hopeless just because I don't want to play them. I've tried out things that are a bit out of left field, and I've had a lot of fun with them. I've probably taken an interest in things I didn't think I'd take an interest in before. But, okay, so I don't think we can go any further here, but the fact we have the hook shot. Still don't have the ice rod. Might be time to head back to the Ice Palace. Just grabbing a mouthful. There is one more item we can grab around here too. So, I would usually try and present a logical discussion on why I don't like certain games. You're often probably justified when it comes to certain games that not being very good because, well, they aren't. But the ones that are at least halfway decent, it's all just down to personal preference. And I mean, I don't think, apart from the CDI games, there's been a Zelda game that's genuinely crap outside of personal opinion. Perhaps they do get a bit formulaic at times, which is disappointing. More Lionels. Lots and lots of Lionels today. Now, is it this one? I think it's this one. So let's... snap back and get a key. Turtle Rock, that is probably somewhere we need to go. Not right now, though. Yeah, really, really, as much as I wind up saying I hate certain games, it's all down to a matter of opinion. And that my opinion is negative towards a certain one, but I know that others will get a lot of fun out of it, and when I get grumpy, when I explain that this is why I hate it, I've just got to make sure I phrase it right. Because I've probably been a bit harsh on Triforce Heroes. I do feel quite strongly about it. I would say I had a bad experience playing it, but it's not exactly irredeemable. So where did I fight Cold Stare again? Sorry, throat's getting a bit sore. Let's see, was Cold Stare... It was Dark Palace, wasn't it? Why have I blanked out all of a sudden? Probably because I will get too focused on trying to formulate my thoughts about what I'm going to say, and then I get stuck. I should have remembered that. Wallmasters really suck. Dead rocks are annoying. They're those sort of weird, remotely Goron-looking-y things that show up on Death Mountain. They have very random movements, and they will usually just sort of run into you and you can't defeat them. You will just have to wind up stunning them for a while with whatever weapon you have handy. So Fire Rod's out of commission for now. I still don't have the Cane of Samaria. Let's see if I get magic from enemies in here. I'm actually thinking to use my shield. He's learning. So, no magic. I've still got those potions, though. Now, remember there's a wall master and we'll be fine. Admittedly, this is pretty moldy ice now that I think about it. Alright, now move! Rightio. We should be pretty fine for now. Still wouldn't mind a better sword. Get our bombs. And down we go. There we are. This is going much better. So yeah, there are really good points to most games. They're not necessarily going to be flat out terrible unless it's clear the quality is horrible. There are some occasions where it's just indisputable that the game is terrible. I don't know if that's the case with Triforce Heroes. I mean, I don't like it and I'm sticking to the fact that I don't like it. I've assembled all my evidence as to why. But I still encourage you to find out all about these games for yourself. Do your own little bits of research. And see if your opinion differs from me. And in fact, I'd be very interested if your opinion differs from me, because it would give me an opportunity to talk to people, to learn from them, to pick up new information that makes life just that little bit better as a result. Because I always like being able to learn things. I think at this time it's important to learn as much about people as we can. To better ourselves and to better society. I'm not going to get too political. Mostly because I like to keep... Well, I want what I do to be somewhere people can come to relax. I will address what needs to be said when I need to. And right now we do all need to speak up. But let us just say that my way of changing the world, of addressing what's happening, may not be through protesting. I may not have the money to make donations. But what I will do for people in this world is provide love, peace, and unity as best I can. Because that is what the people who try and oppress others genuinely fear. People coming together, working together, and exposing that tyranny. I believe in all of you. I know I'm just some sort of 2-bit Let's Player from a sun-baked rock in the middle of nowhere. Not enough magic! Now I'd better scull a potion, get it stuck on that. There we go, and I'm going to have to scull another potion. Be on the safe side, because it's interesting to note, even when you're falling down these pits, you can still wind up taking damage. Your hitbox is still there for a certain amount of time. Now, we'll sneak around. We've got the keys we need. We have to navigate our way through this area. But back to what I was saying earlier. Providing that little bit of peace, love, and unity is what I want to do. It's how I'm going to change the world one bit at a time. And I know it may not seem like much right at the start. But if we all do that, if we all do little bits of kindness to help one another out, you'd be surprised at how much better the world can be. So I urge you to give it a try sometime. Step up, learn about other people, appreciate what they do, what others do, learn their history, learn their culture, because you will better yourself as you go. There's not much better than learning, than developing. The more we do that, the better our lives will be. So that's probably enough preaching from me. But suffice to say, I believe in every single one of you. I believe you can do it. I believe you will do it. And unless you give me reason to prove to say otherwise, I'm gonna think the best of you, okay? I want you to be the best you can be, and I know you can do it. Oh, that's right, we have to push ones over there and we have to go all the way around. Welcome to doing the ice palette. After that beautiful... well, that attempt, I don't know if it was beautiful. After that attempt, trying to do something that makes the world a better place, speaking in harmony, supporting other people, I go back to being a grumpy old beggar who just complains about the slightest things. Kind of ruining my message, aren't I? Anyway, with our lap around the Ice Palace on its way, we go back to where I wound up getting taken out before, and... so I did get that chest up through here. And we're almost done with... oh dear. Oh, we're getting mobbed. So, Bombos time. Will the Bombos medallion work on those weird sort of ice thingies? No reason why it wouldn't, it is fire. Oh, you have got to be joking. Unbelievable. Well... looks like we're going back to Skull Woods, I'd say. Alright. So, well, I'll go back and get... I'll get a blue potion, I think. Because we're probably well past the point that fairies will heal us. Effectively. Having the right healing items for the job is vital. And I think this will keep us in good spirits against the Helmasaur King. Yeah, Cold Stare was in the Dark Palace, so... let's go out to Skull Woods and finally take down another boss. It's been a long time coming, but we're getting there. I'm probably just not going to 100% this run. I want this done. And it's just putting all the little pieces of the puzzle together, trying to get everything arranged perfectly. Those puzzle pieces are coming together. It's taking a while. We put some in upside down. We've get the magic powder ready. We've put some puzzle pieces in upside down. We put some in back to front. We put some upside down and inside out and back to front. But we are finally making progress. Now this looks like a Dark World area. Still frustrating dealing with BMOS. And getting stuck on terrain for that matter. But never fear. We will make it. We have almost made it. Now I assume I've cleaned this place out. I'm pretty sure I did anyway. got the map. I've got the big key. If I check the chest in the last area and I've cleared everything out, then I'll know. Wait a minute. Have I not done anything in Skull Woods? This is the problem with taking breaks between recording sessions. I legitimately don't remember. Not having the compass doesn't help either. That's right, I probably haven't. I don't even think I've been in Skull Woods. You can just die. Massive slowdown there. So... there. So we need to get this out of the way. This room is so much easier with the Cane of Samaria. Problem is, I keep thinking back to my failed attempt at doing this. Trying to work out what I've done, what I haven't done. Wait, what? If I was behind the statue, how did it grab me in front of the statue? I'm sorry, but that's just a little bit janky. Where is this going? There we are. There is at least a magic top up in here. Oop. Right, now we should be okay. Run for the door! Yeah, I definitely have not been in Skull Woods. I can't believe that. We just got bombs, but we can bomb our... I'm just short, but there is a bombable wall here. Sneak around and we get a full magic top-up. I can't believe I haven't done that. Why am I this stupid? Oh. What happened there? Why am I really this dumb? It is unbelievable. I'd say it's inconceivable, but that would be using... But that wouldn't be using the word properly. That would be admitting that I don't... See, I'm even too flustered to properly make the Princess Bride reference. All I can say is, I feel stupid. I'm really, really stupid. How did I miss this? Skull Woods is a hole in the floor. Stupid penguins. If it turns out there was another sword in here, because you can explore Skull Woods fairly easily. If it turns out there was another sword in here, I'm going to be kicking myself all day. Well, there's a single arrow so far. We should be able to navigate everything. Be careful and... through here. What have we got in here? There is quite often a key to Skull Woods in here so you don't get soft locked. What did I kill? Oh, that's a key to Misery Mire. Still don't have the big key, though. Because that's pretty much what we need. I've got all the items I can get so far in Misery Mire. So, if I'm careful... we can... Now, what was I saying about being careful? This is not ideal. There we are, that's got it. These guys actually have competent pathfinding for once. But we can bomb the wall, we can finally get some items. I can't believe I missed out on this. How did I screw up so badly? Pull this, and then we will get something new. Oh, hello, you're not friendly. Heart container. So there's most of the items. Now, we haven't missed anything major so far. Let's get to the last part of Skull Woods. Let's see what I missed out on. I really wish those things didn't drain your magic during your Mercy invincibility. I don't mind them draining my magic. That's fine. It's the fact they keep doing it during your Mercy invincibility. That's a bit awkward. Still, adds to the challenge. Up, up and away to the final section. What are we going to get? So there's a snake up there. We have to sneak past this side. Well, full magic. That's not bad. It's right, then left. I have to remember that. And if we head up here, we will get one more item. We have 20 rupees. Wait a minute. Something is attacking me. It's a pot. Yeah. What on earth? Like, when its eye is actually facing the screen, I wind up basically getting in its way. My position is overlaid with it. That's weird. I had never actually seen that before, so I just wanted to work out what was going on. Alrighty. I think we have enough keys. The final stretch. Right. Navigate the area carefully. Avoid the Wallmaster. There's some big slowdown going on again. Whoa, don't get caught. And through here. Alright, Hinox in our way. The power of the silver arrows. Let's put that to good use. Oh, my money! Ah! I brought that on myself. I'm not complaining about that one. I knew there were Wallmasters and I got greedy. I swear their hitbox is off. That one, I thought I was out of its way. Let's see if I can get... Alright, well, we got the anti-fairy stuck. Got to deal with that Stalfos Knight. The enemy randomizer can really make some rooms a chore. Well, we're back up to a decent amount of health. Quickly get out of here. Get our silver arrows back out. Forget the money. Don't be greedy. Ah, I wasn't greedy. Can't believe I actually killed it. Oh! Yeah, I took extra damage from that Hinox there. You see what I mean? Enemies will damage you if you wind up falling off the edge and their hitbox overlaps with yours. What? Alright, now we can get through here with relative ease. Let's try this again. Third time's the charm. It's... Despite my best attempts, it's still falling apart. We're getting back a good amount of magic. Right. Shoot up and get into the door. Now we just have to head through here, defeat one last enemy for the key, so we'll take a shortcut. Still more wall masters. Do we have any magic? Just arrows. Nothing in here. Bit suspicious. But our boss is... Oh, no! I do not have the weapons for this. Wait, no, I've got the silver arrows. Let's... Wait, healing, healing, healing. We've got it. Now, if I can... Whoo, yeah! All that for a key to the Desert Palace. Alright, let's top ourselves up, go spend on some potions, and see what we've got in the Desert Palace, and then I'll wrap things up for today's little session. Been one hell of a long and aggravating adventure, but we're finally getting ahead. Let's see if we warp here. It's very strange that those fake Master Swords wind up counting as enemies. So I'll grab 2 reds and then we're set. That'll keep me in good spirits. Let's get to the desert and finish off that last little bit. I'll sneak in through Misery Maya's general vicinity. Without the big key, I can't do much more there. But if we head up here... in we go! Almost there. Out we go, because I walked into the wrong spot. That should really tell you exactly how well this little adventure of mine has gone. The guy playing is an idiot. It's been such a convoluted, circuitous route. I've been trying to get some good stories sorted out, but at last we're making it. We're making progress. We've found the items we need. There we go. It's been a little frustrating. It's been a lot frustrating, and I'm sure you probably don't like watching me play so badly. This was meant to be a little celebration, and it's basically turned into a disaster movie. This is the... well, penultimate is second to last. I don't know if I can call this the penultimate disaster movie, but it's getting very much along the lines of being the ultimate disaster movie. It's been horrific. Alright, what are we going to be fighting? Are we going to wind up summing up the way this little recording session has gone? Or will we have a triumph? Let's see, our boss is... speaking of Mothula, let's sneak up behind... let's try and draw it closer to us. See how easy it is to dodge its attacks? And 4 blows from the hammer takes it down. Without that stupid moving floor... without that stupid moving floor, Mothula is one of the easier bosses. Sadly, we're no closer to solving the mystery. Oh no, I can't even do Turtle Rock because... wait a minute, there is one more thing I want to do. There is one more thing I'd like to do, and I know there's always that one more thing, but if I can get this, if I remember to do this... because what are we missing? We're missing the Ice Rod, the Cane of Samaria, and the Cape. If I get the Ice Rod, maybe Trinex becomes easier, but my dinky little sword won't hurt it. If I get the Cape, I can get into Aghanim's Tower. If I get the Cane of Samaria, I can do Turtle Rock. there is one more item that I'm going to get. As we navigate our lurid Death Mountain, it basically gets a duller color palette. Down here. Now we do have magic and we do have a blue potion, so we've got to just move as quickly as we can. So this is heartbreaking. Okay, so next time I think I'm going to be going back to the Palace of Darkness and trying to defeat Cold Stare now that I've got better items. I will see you there. Okay, so we're probably in an entirely different spot to the one I thought of. But we're back in action grabbing a couple more items. Let me just check the map. We haven't defeated the boss of Thieves Town yet. We can get the green pendant. Might be worth giving that a go now that we have some better items, but I will also take the chest to the guy near the desert. That was something I completely forgot about. So anyway, for today's conversation topics, hopefully I can bring a bit of positivity along the way. I'm sure the way things are going, we probably all need a bit. And I'm more than happy to help. We'll set out on our humble little journey. And I've talked a little bit about all the Zelda games, but I'd like to talk about what makes them special to me, what I did like about them. Obviously, there's a certain one that's going to be left alone a bit, but for the most part, pretty much every Zelda game has had something I've enjoyed about it. I admit, I liked stepping up to the challenge in Zelda 2. That was a lot of fun, and when I finally managed to get the measure of the game and start playing it properly to really build up those skills, it's quite an achievement. It's tough, it's probably unreasonably tough in some ways. Interestingly, the international version was actually made tougher than the Japanese version. But it was all worth it. Just for that sense of achievement. Okay, we're just going to have to deal with this guy. Wait, have I still got the chest? Yes. Right, we'll escape him after that terrible effort and use the boomerang. Alright, maybe we won't use the boomerang. And we'll hit him in the back of the head with rocks. Really bad start, sorry about that. Master Sword! I'm a little sad I forgot about that, but yes, overcoming the challenges in the original Zelda and Zelda 2 was very enjoyable. Because they were tough, they were difficult to find your way through at times. But there was a lot to enjoy about them as well. There was... well, I'm not exactly sure how to put it best. But you got a lot out of it, or so I felt anyway. You know you have that sense of achievement and the sense of discovery that, yes, there weren't really there were instruction manuals back in those days, and they actually would tell you a little bit about where to go. But they didn't fully prepare you for all the challenges. So we've got... that's right, we get the shovel, which will allow us one item. So I'll make my way through and go and get it. Yeah, definitely overcoming the challenges and finding everything you could in the first games was a really nice test. I admit it can be a bit problematic at times, but it's still worth giving it a go because you've got that sense of exploration, of freedom. Very much in the first game, not quite as much in Zelda 2, but there's still a lot of it nonetheless. It's been a long time since I played them. I played the Game Boy Advance re-releases, so I'm not entirely sure if I've got completely coherent explanations for everything, because that bit of rust is there. But from what I remember, it's nice being able to overcome those challenges to really test yourself and try out something that's a bit different. Now it's... just money. Oh well, treasure hunt. Well, from here we could go into Aghanim's Tower at last. Which I think I'll do, just divert from the original plan. So yeah, those ones I really did enjoy, even though they were a bit tougher than what I was used to with things. But that is, of course, to be expected. Not necessarily because they made games harder back then. But maybe some of them were, but they were for different reasons than what you might think. Game balance and everything like that was steadily being refined. So those first couple of games were really experimental. A Link to the Past is probably not as much of a challenge for me these days because I've spent so long playing the randomizers. I'd probably be a bit confused with the regular game. It's got a nice balance of adventure and freedom, but it's also got the benefit of refined mechanics. Because that's the thing, some of those old games, they probably were quite hard along the way, but a lot of them were also quite hard due to a few janky mechanics. Which is where you've got to get the balance just right. You've got to make sure that the difficulty is genuine. That's interesting. We got the mirror shield, so we can sneak into Turtle Rock when we actually get the Cane of Samaria. Firebar right in the face. So yeah, there really is quite a lot to like about those first two games, because without them we don't have everything we do now. And, well, I'm not really certain about the best way to phrase it all, but I do consider them pretty good games in their own right. Not always fantastic because of those flaws that do come with older games, but they nonetheless made quite an impact. And even though Zelda 2 is a bit obnoxiously hard, you know what? I think I actually have better light like this. It still is. It still was a worthwhile experience, and it had some pretty good ideas. I do regret that I can't speak properly and formulate my thoughts on the matter, because it's been so long since I played them. But I do appreciate everything they did for the series, and I do like that extra bit of a challenge. Because of course that is a bit of a problem sometimes. You've got to make sure you balance things for the newcomers, making it accessible, with challenging the veterans as well, so the balance can be very difficult. I'm not going to criticize things like that as much. But you could basically say that sense of challenge is what I enjoyed. When it comes to A Link to the Past, the versatility and design of the game is definitely the important part for me. The fact that you can, if you're experienced, sequence break a bit and have a lot of fun with the game. And the fact that there's such a great randomizer community. But it's mostly gameplay stuff until we wind up getting to Link's Awakening, which is where the story really starts to step up. It's the first time you really have a whole lot of NPCs you genuinely care about. At least that's the way I feel, anyway. Because you've got some very interesting characters in Marin and Taran and the other inhabitants of Koholint Island. They seem a lot more interesting. And of course, later games would indeed build on this, so that you actually do have a much more diverse and interesting cast of characters along the way. We've had all sorts of memorable allies right from the start. Ocarina of Time was full of them. Majora's Mask really stepped up on the characterization. Even the Oracle games. They have their memorable characters as well, and some very memorable moments throughout the game. Wind Waker steps it up with the great character design as well. It really hits a peak, especially when it comes to Ganondorf, because usually the villains are a bit bland. Now, Veran and Onox are interesting, but I'm not sure if they do enough. They're just sort of there as villains. Having Twin Rover along as a villain isn't too bad. Katake and Kume are always welcome. But I think that the only ones that have really stood out for me are Ganondorf when he has proper characterization, Vati, and Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask is probably one of the most interesting villains because of that scheming, underhanded personality that's been playing everything off, and the fact that, in a sense, you are fighting a psychopathic child in the end. Quite an interesting twist. So I love the characterization in Majora's Mask, I love the level design and the fact that it's also different. Ocarina of Time is just a very solid game all round with a lot to enjoy, very memorable characters and great dungeons. The Spirit Temple is my favourite in the entire series. The Wind Temple from Wind Waker follows close behind. So I've got a lot of praise for all those. Let's get rumbling against Aghanim. So Four Swords Adventures, sorry, I really enjoyed the fact they made it in such a different gameplay style work so well. Jeez, I've missed every one. It's odd, but it's very enjoyable. There we go, finally got a hit just as he launches his lightning. I like the emphasis on puzzle solving and switching between different items and different links. That actually did make it quite enjoyable. I would have liked to play it with multiple people, but alas I didn't get the chance. Still, a very good game. Not your typical fare, but a lot of fun. Minish Cap has a beautiful design, and probably my greatest regret is that there's not more to it. I legitimately wish that there were more dungeons, more to do. There are still some good quests in there, but the game makes me want more. That's why I'm a little bit disappointed that there's not more to it, because it is so much fun. Hey, he didn't use his alternate attack, he just spat out the standard attacks each time. Alright, nice work. We got the item on the pyramid, because that was the first sword. Just make absolutely sure. Yep. So, I'm not going to head into the Dark Palace just yet. We will be better equipped to handle Cold Stare, but I'm going to get whatever the item is in the Lumberjack's tree. If we head up here, let's see, lift this, look for the arrow, hook shot across, smooth as you please. But yeah, I really liked Minish Cap's ideas and design, and I do wish there was more to it. Maybe in some ways it was a touch formulaic, but it was genuinely enjoyable. It looked cute, it played well, and I just thought it was a lot of fun. Twilight Princess, it does have some very good dungeons. It's got a pretty good soundtrack. I think probably, again, main issue is that it's not enough. But I don't think it's different enough from the style of Ocarina of Time. It does its own thing quite well, and there are some very good designs. I love the bomb arrows. I like the different bombs you can get. That in itself is quite creative. It's a pity the bomb links weren't that useful, but there was some... But it was still a good touch nonetheless. Right, let's get this tree knocked down with some massive slowdown. And let's see what we are going to get. Money! Not too bad. So, looks like we're going back to the Dark Palace. Or Skull Woods. Just take this guy out of spite. Phantom Hourglass, I probably don't have as many positive things to say. I liked it. It was a decent challenge with some good design. Wait, did that guy appear when I cut the bush? Sorry for getting distracted, but yeah. Phantom Hourglass does have some nice design elements to it. While I do think it feels more like a proof of concept game than anything else, it's nonetheless got its own little bit of character and charm that was built on pretty nicely. And when it came to Spirit Tracks, they did amp up quite a few elements. I really, really love the overworld music for one thing. As I mentioned, I grew up with trains. I was a big fan of Thomas the Tank Engine, so that overworld music is something special for me. It's incredibly beautiful, and it really, really helps bring out that grand sense of adventure. And in a sense, I kind of wish it was in a different game. One where it would get a little bit more attention in a sense, because people might not have paid a lot of attention to Spirit Tracks. Somewhat unfairly, because it is a very, very enjoyable game. It's a bit short, and I do miss being able to explore on the overworld. But I still think it has enough going for it to make it a very enjoyable and entertaining game in its own right. Skyward Sword, I like the soundtrack, I really like the art design as well. The game looks gorgeous. While it does have a few things I find a bit bothersome here and there, it nonetheless does play fairly well, has some interesting and innovative items and use of them, and it at least satisfies on the visuals department. I guess in a sense it'd almost be a case of I really wish certain games did a bit more with things. It's like, I know it's almost like I'd prefer to think of how good they can actually be, as opposed to saying, this is crap. It's like, let's focus on what they did well and what we can get out of that, which is something I really need to do more often. Because I'll admit I'm a bit of a curmudgeon about a lot of things. If I don't like something, I can be very, very blunt about it. I admit I spend a lot of time trying to please people, so when I switch honesty to on, it can be a bit confronting because I just sort of lose all sense of tact. We know what I think about A Link Between Worlds. I absolutely love that. I loved A Link to the Past, and A Link Between Worlds was just incredibly enjoyable while still being its own thing. I mean, even if you were in the right mindset, you had good friends who could work with you, and you ignored what I think are a few of the problems, I'm sure you could have a good experience with Triforce Heroes. Because I'll relate a little tale to you. I've mentioned I'd mentioned in a couple of works lost projects for the Pokemon Emerald recording that didn't quite work out as planned when I transferred to a new laptop. I've mentioned that I'm not really as big a fan of Cynthia, the champion from the Sinnoh games that almost everyone seems to like. Maybe for fan service, maybe because she's a legitimately good champion, maybe both. Thing is, I played Diamond and Pearl first off. I admit that I was bored witless by Diamond and Pearl. I just wanted things to finish after a while. And because of that, Cynthia's ridiculously highly leveled team, the fact that the end of the game was essentially a level cliff for you, was really, really frustrating. I wonder if there's anything in here. No, it's just that locked door. But if I'd played Platinum, I think I probably would have liked Cynthia a lot more because you really get to see her positive side. They actually really developed her into a good character. Kind of unfortunate that my favourite champion, Steven, had to wait until Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire to get a bit extra added to his personality, and even then I don't really like those games very much. I would explain why, but I'll probably do that when I do get around to the Emerald randomizer. I am going to do that. It is my next project, it's just tech issues. Trying to get the thing off the ground had a lot of tech issues as well. It seems like every time I tried to do a Pokemon project, because I'd experimented with a couple of things before, I run into technical problems. Could be worse. Alrighty, where's my hammer? So yeah, basically, I do feel that if I'd experienced that better game, because Platinum is amazing, along with Heart Gold and Soul Silver and Black and White, counting each of those as one game, because that's essentially what they are, one game for the price of two, let's be honest on that. I sincerely believe that I would have enjoyed Platinum and thought of Cynthia as a much more interesting character. As it was, I just got irritated because the game had already dragged on too long with what I thought was incredibly poor pacing. And sort of running into the massive roadblock of Cynthia right at the end didn't really help my mood. I think I actually just gave up upon grinding, and for the first time actually used a legendary Pokemon in a regular run. Usually I just sort of kept them as... they were just sort of kept as trophies, but I thought... I did have the guide, which is how I found out. I thought, screw this, I can't be bothered grinding. Let's just focus on Dialga. We'll wipe her out with Dialga. I kind of regret doing that. Because, like, as I've said, there's certainly something good about Cynthia. I unfortunately happened to miss it. But I'm more than willing to listen to the people who do like her and go, yeah, you know, you're actually right. You're right on this one. It's just my perceptions have been a bit tainted because of this. And in fairness, that's probably why I don't like Sinnoh that much. But in all fairness, I would consider Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh and Platinum Sinnoh practically two different games. They are drastically different because Platinum feels a lot... it still has a couple of problems along the way, but it feels a lot smoother. So, back to my original point, perhaps if I'd been able to play Triforce Heroes in the sort of situation it was meant to be played, and have fun interacting with other people, maybe I wouldn't have found it as annoying. I don't know. Whoa! Skull, 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 skull! I think the Fire Rod's going to be a bit faster. Assuming I don't miss. Okay, out of magic again. We're sticking with the sword this time. We did it! So yeah, back to the original point, it's entirely oh, we got the cape, nice. It's entirely possible that under different circumstances I could have liked Triforce Heroes. So I'll say that much, it does have some interesting ideas. A Zelda multiplayer game can work. We've seen it with Four Swords Adventures. But you've really got to have good coordination and teamwork. Let's see, I might as well go back and go back to the bumper cave and get that heart piece while we're here. Long journey back. Assuming I actually go the right way. So yeah, really, all things considered, I do try and find the good in things. And if people have different opinions to me, I am willing to listen to them. Because I'm perfectly aware that a lot of what I like will wind up having its flaws along the way. And sometimes those flaws just wind up happening because of the passage of time. Like, coming back to A Link to the Past nowadays, experiencing it for the first time in the modern era when everything has changed, when so much has moved on, it's going to look very different. You might not get what all the fuss was about. At the time, this and Super Mario World they were game-breaking. They brought in all sorts of new concepts. It's kind of ironic in a sense that Super Mario World took so long to be recognised, but is now pretty much a gold standard Mario game. I haven't played very much of it, but I'd be prepared to acknowledge that, yes, it is good if I can actually get my hands on it. I'll admit, when I played it for a little bit on the SNES Classic, I legitimately thought I'd run into a ROM hack because start of the very first level I played, there was a Koopa Troopa sliding down a slope at me trying to kill me. And I was just sort of looking around and I only realised in sort of a momentary fit of panic that it's like, oh wait, there's a Koopa there. So that was a little bit weird for me. But if I experienced it, if I really took the time out to explore it, I'm sure I'd get the most out of that game. And that's the thing, you do have to try certain things before, well, let's say just giving up on them in a sense. We're right near Skull Woods, that's a bonus. Now if we head over here, we can't get into it, can we? No, we can. Where's that anti-fairy, though? There are absolutely no problem in large areas, but it's hard to find them. Where's it gone? There it is. There we are, we're back at full health again. So yeah, I would like to see the best in things. There will be some things I like, some things I don't like. That is just part of the way life goes. Is this a dead end? Yes, it is! Well, we can go into Thieves' Town. Once again, suffering from a major case of let's go somewhere else. Now, we need to go over here and... not be in the right spot. This way. So yeah, as I said, I will have my likes and dislikes, that much is very true. But I'm going to try and like as much as I can, but if I don't like something, it's not... I try to make sure it's not out of pettiness or anything. I try to make sure I have a genuine reason for it. I may not always succeed. That much is true. But I do believe that actually having proper evidence for things is everything. And I suppose that's appropriate enough given that I am playing as Phoenix Wright. You will always need a good bit of evidence. Sound structure in your arguments, and I don't use the word argument in the modern sense. I mean it as what it used to be, a sense of rational debate. At least I'd like to think that's how it goes anyway. I'm more than willing to listen to what other people have to say, because it's often very, very interesting. Oh no, wait, was this Trinex? That's right, I'm pretty sure this was Trinex. Which I can't beat, literally. So that's probably why we didn't go to Thieves Town. He says, conveniently ignoring the fact he completely forgot which boss was there because it's been a little while between recording sessions. Been a bit busy and sometimes I just blank out. Let's see what I can do against the Helmasaur King, though. Because we had to deal with that really annoying flaw. There we are. Nicely timed. Just... oh well. Could have put the fairy in a bottle. But let's sneak through and get to that last area. Fortunately, actually navigating this dungeon and its overworld is pretty easy. And just down here. Wait for them to get out of the way. Still gonna have to go through that really frustrating puzzle with the Wallmaster and the Skeleton Knight dropping on me from the ceiling. And Wallmasters. Don't forget the Wallmasters, because last time I didn't, that caused me way too much trouble. But, on the whole, this has been an interesting experience. Trying to do something creative for the anniversary project, it's turned into a bit of a disaster along the way. Bombs. What? Wait, what? Okay, something was falling through the floor and then I killed the Wallmaster and it still picked me up anyway. That shouldn't work. Something... was it one of those weird little shadow things? Ah. Alright, you know, I'm just... screw it, I don't need magic for the Helmasaur King, we're using Bombos. We're taking out... wait, I can stun the Hinox with the boomerang. Wait, I thought... oops. Magic. Alright, navigating this room is getting a bit more annoying than I anticipated. Get away from that. Get our health back and let's get rolling. There we are. Finally through, and we've got most of our health with us on top of that. try and bait all our enemies out of our way. And then we can get it done. This time I'm going quiet because I'm concentrating. Probably understandable. In all fairness, this room has been a bit of a botch and the enemy randomizer has probably not helped my cause a great deal. But we can make our way through. Something blew up in the previous room. Alright, let's get our hammer and take on... Oh, little blob things. Wait, hang on. Oh no, I actually did do this. Why didn't I review my footage? Why couldn't I remember that I'd done this? What do I have to beat? Because I simply cannot get into Turtle Rock. And I can't beat Trinex until I find the ice rod. Have I stuffed up the order of my keys in the Palace of Darkness? I can't go any further in the Misery Mire. I can't get into Ganon's Tower. I beat the Eastern Palace. I beat the Desert Palace. I'm short a key for the Ice Palace and I don't have the Cane of Samaria. The saying remains the same as... Shit, I know what I've missed! Sorry, I shouldn't have sworn. I know where I've got to go. We're getting our breakthrough back on top of Death Mountain. The Hookshot Cave. I can get the Ether Medallion and I can go to the Hookshot Cave. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm an idiot. There's also a cave at the bottom of Death Mountain. I got the items in that. I couldn't get the items in the Hookshot Cave. We're finally back on track after a terrible moment of stupid. It's been a long and frustrating project, but we're finally getting there, and I'm really sorry you've had to sit through all these idiocies. And I thought I was saying I was fairly good at this. I have a bad tendency to just wind up slipping and forgetting those little things. We can go round to Turtle Rock, I believe. We can at least access the portal and open it up, and that's a laser. Should have cut my losses. Oh, nice! What? That was a Lionel's head. What was up with that? Oh, this is cool. Apologies for the slight distraction, but that was satisfying. I had to at least spite the sods for getting in my way. At least they're easier to deal with than the ones in Breath of the Wild. That's a minor nightmare. I mean, even if you're good at the combat mechanics, you've got to have a hell of a lot of weapons. Ether? Well, Hookshot Cave looks like our destination. Something in there is what we need. I'm sure of it. We're going to find something that lets us proceed. And I'm probably going to feel like an idiot for not realizing it. Not that I don't feel like an idiot already. Well, I might as well stay here in my little safe spot and somehow get turned around. Well. Rightio. With that little toad out of the way, we can finally get up here. And hammer 1, 2, and 3 to get into the Dark World, and I really hate those zeros. Complete cowards, the lot of them. And let's use the Quake Medallion, like in the main game, to open up Turtle Rock. It's a good place to go if you want a magic top-up. So, that path is open for later. What are we going to get? The Treasures of Hookshot Cave. I've already got that one because I used the Pegasus Boots tree. Heart container, not too shabby. But not a... Compass of Dark Palace, fantastic. Oh, what a fizzer! Oh dear, there was absolutely nothing Absolutely nothing I needed there. Now, wait. Now, how... Oh, no, 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 I'm stupid. Again. The Swamp Palace doesn't need the big key to access the boss. I can't believe I forgot that. It only needs the big chest for the hook. You only need the big chest for the hook shot. Yeah, the Stalfos Knights actually appeared when I cut the grass. Alright, so we've finally, after lots and lots and lots and lots of stupid, we've worked out what we've got to do, where we've got to go. We've found we will find items that we have been missing because the guy playing the game is an idiot. I'm very critical of my own performances, in case you haven't noticed. Right, let's get this set up. Well, we've got a bit more health, at least. We are close to the end game. I can feel it. It's just getting to the end of those dungeons. Let's head on through. We'll be able to swim pretty easily. I'm not sure what happens if you accidentally forget one of the keys in here. Maybe they'll drain the water level if you didn't get the keys. I'm not 100% sure. Alright, on we go. We're finally getting a breakthrough. I'm so sorry about that. Well, I suppose it's just how it goes sometimes. It's part of the entertainment. Those moments when you just realize you've been an idiot. Maybe that I'm overthinking things. Which would not be surprising. It's a very bad habit of mine. That sometimes I will go in for the simple solution. At least... Actually, no, I don't go in for the simple solution because otherwise I'd have remembered that. That there's always a complex solution I have to go for. And if I don't see the simple solution, I will try increasingly more complex ideas. Now, I think it's the... Nicely done. Gotta take a little moment to just simmer down. So, is this the one I need to go for? Yes, it is. Downstairs we go. Now it should be, as one of the dungeon bypass cheats for Banjo-Kazooie goes, up you go without a hitch up to the water level switch. We're going down to it this time. So we've got a couple more items in here already. That's heartbreaking. Well, if this is a complete wash, then at least it means I didn't forget any... By proxy, I didn't forget anything meaningful. Shoot. Well, this is looking pretty bad. Also note that enemy's going to wind up just sort of scooting off into space through the walls. So because we don't need the big key to get to the boss, we can just proceed. Now, this one can't be Trinex, because I'm pretty sure we need whatever this boss has. It's Blind the Thief. We can deal with Blind pretty easily. Alright, so whatever Blind gives us... has got to be well and truly worth it. What's it gonna be? It's a key. It's a key to the Dark Palace. Alright, so we have to choose a door. We pick one door, we might get something. I'm going to pick the door that would normally lead to the big key. There is a lot riding on this. This ridiculous and aggravating adventure hinges on what we find. I believe that both items will be required to proceed in some way. So once again, with 666 rupees, which I think is really an appropriate number for absolutely everything that poor Phoenix has had to suffer throughout all this. I'm really sorry for dragging you down with me, guy. Let's go back to the Dark Palace one last time. Nothing's ever as simple as it seems. And through there. Away we go. I wonder if this area can be differently textured, because this looks very similar. This is pretty much the same as its normal texture. Right, so because otherwise we'd waste the key on the door ahead of us, we'll take the shortcut again. We can see that we only have 2 more items to get. What are we gonna get? A lot hinges on this. So you'll excuse me if I'm being a bit quiet, it's building up to a moment of anticipation. Will we have come all this way for nothing? Will our actions actually mean something? Only one way to find out. As long as I don't do something stupid. Well, let's just make it through and bomb the floor here. I'm fairly insistent on not using a key on that door, the door that leads to this room, if I already have the the bow and the hammer. Because if I can make my way through with bombs, I'm doing all right. So, this is the door to destiny, the door I have chosen. The path it leads to is... I guess that 666 wasn't just for show. Alright, well... I do need a key to access that door, don't I? I'm pretty certain I do. Let's go back and look. Because otherwise, as it stands, now I don't need the use of any glitches for this. I've set it for 100% item accessibility. There has to be something that's on me. I have to be missing something. I have to have failed to work something out, and I will need to clear out those anti-fairies. Wait for them to get away. And that guy falls into a glitched mess and dies. Got one. Got two, so now we can bomb this. I'm fairly certain. I'm fairly certain you do need a key for this room I'm about to go to, because we can't access it that way. Yep. And of course I had to get mobbed first. Worst part is I didn't save a spoiler log for this. What? I'm pretty sure I visited the bug catching kid. It leaves me with a lot of questions. What am I missing? I can't go any further in the Tower of Hera. I know I can get up there, but I can't get there. I can't get into Turtle Rock. I can't defeat Trinex without the Ice Rod, which means that Thieves' Town is out. I can't get into the Ice Palace because I don't have a key. I really don't have anything. I don't think there's anything I've missed in the Misery Mire because I need it. I need its big key. There isn't a compass for Hyrule Castle. I went there. That really seems like it should be bombable. Oh, that was a nice combo. But yeah, I don't have anything anymore. I just do not have a solution. Because I know where crystal number 6 is. That's up in, what's its thing? That's up in the Tower of Hera. There has got to be something I've blanked out on. There's just something I'm missing. I think I talked to the bug catching kid. Pretty sure I did anyway, so I'll head back to Kakariko. Just confirm that. Did I talk to the guy here? So I know I did the digging game as soon as possible, because I was broke at the time because of King Zora. Yeah, he's turned into a tree. I talked to him. I've got in King's Tomb. I rescued the Dwarven Blacksmith, and I think I got money out of it. Did I ever get what was in the library? Did I even look at what was in the library? I got what was in the library. Shoot. This really is not going well. There's got to be that one breakthrough. crap. Ugh. This is really disastrous. I'm sure some of you who really do remember things are screaming at me right now. But I really don't have anything. I'm pretty sure I've covered as much as I can. Did I go to the Pegasus Boots area by the sanctuary? Wait, if I maneuver around here, then depending on where I stand, I can see it. Should be able to. Now, it looks like I did. But we'll quickly duck around and make sure. I did. I'm pretty sure I've led the old man through. I led the old man through Death Mountain. I'm pretty sure of that. I just wish I could work it out. Yep, I led him through. I'm pretty sure that as soon as I got into Paradox Cave, I also got the item in the Spiral Cave. There are two I can't think of doing. Or I just want to make sure. If it turns out I've forgotten them, I'll be annoyed with myself, but I'll be happy because I can progress. I'm pretty sure that as soon as I could get into the Hookshot Cave, I went up and got the item that was on top of it, and I think that was money. I'll need to have a look when I eventually get up there, but there's a warp point we can use just down here. I'm pretty sure I've been through here because I think I ran into a Lionel. But if it's not this, then I'm really stuck. I didn't save a spoiler run because I didn't anticipate anything like this. Yeah, I've got these. I'm pretty sure I've got these. So what have I got? No, I definitely did get that. Look, I'm just gonna have to stop recording for a while until I can work out what the hell is going on. Okay, we're finally back in action. I've been thinking through things, and I've realized there's one chest in the Dark World that I didn't get. This could change everything. I'm embarrassed it's taken this long. but we might finally have the solution. I'm very annoyed I forgot this. It's in this house here. There is a chest that I've forgotten. It is the Cane of Samaria! I'm so pissed off with myself for forgetting that, but doesn't matter. We're off to the Ice Palace. We're taking on the boss right now. Everything's opened up and we can get into Turtle Rock. We are back in action. It's that one piece of decisive evidence that someone hands to you right when the case looks lost. Let's go, Phoenix. Probably should grab another blue potion somewhere along the way. Let's grab a couple of pickups. Since I totally did not go into the wrong entryway at all. Let's get going. Whatever our bounty is, it lies ahead. We're in much better condition. We'll survive the palace. And let's get going. There is renewed hope. That is such a relief. I have never been happier in a randomizer. I've probably been a lot happier over the course of my regular life, let's be honest. So it would be hyperbole to say that I've never been happier, but as far as a randomizer run goes, I've definitely never been happier. And now I'm sad. You don't really get very much warning either, it's just suddenly there's a noise, and if you happen to be fighting something, bad luck. So, take 2, going through all the moldy ice, trying to kill whatever enemies are getting in our way. Those things don't drop hearts, which is annoying. And having to navigate the same little things all over again is bothersome, because the Ice Palace is tedious. Without the Cane of Samaria, it's insanely tedious. Alright, clear, come on. Let's go. Let's go. And I do apologize for having to run through such a boring dungeon over and over again. Bombs are needed now. One more item, just that ice rod. Down we go! Sahasrara might have something for us, but I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful given the fact we're only getting it late game. How did I not get hurt then? Alright, now we will get hurt. A lot. Come on, handle, handle. Oh, bad handling, my arch nemesis. Wow, we got comboed, but we're gonna make it through. I've come prepared. I have healing items. If I get absolutely hammered, so be it. It's just that spikes ignore mail. They ignore defensive power-ups, which is very unfair. Wait a minute. What am I doing? That's what I want to be doing. Make sure I top my health up by stunning enemies, because those, as I said earlier, those items are all randomized. And let's just drop Bombos on this room. We only got money. I just started running in place for a bit. I'm not sure what was happening there. We can sneak through here to move on and get nailed by the spiked roller. I presume that does still start moving when we're in the room next to it. Lock and load our fire rod. Whoops. Yeah, yeah, that happens too. Remember how I mentioned it, that very cheaply enemies can damage you when you're in your falling animation? It's extremely dodgy. The boomerang went off to the side! I'd have sworn I had that, but for some reason the boomerang went off to the side. Well, we'll pick up and get some more pickups. I'll have to go back and buy a blue potion. I should have bought the pickups and after I did this. I honestly thought I was going to stun the Hinox, and at least from my perspective anyway, I thought I saw the boomerang fly off on an angle that missed the Hinox. I'm going to have to put a little note in observation just to see if that was actually what happened, or I just didn't throw the boomerang in time. Because yes, this has been frustrating, but I don't really want to blame the game for something that is legitimately my fault. If I stuffed up, I stuffed up. Back we go through this incredibly boring and lengthy dungeon. This bit especially is a pain, since you have to hit the switch in one room. Look, let's just clear this out, see if I can get some magic pickups. Don't think crabs drop magic. I believe frozen enemies can drop magic if they're hit with the hammer, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Move, move, move! Oh, bad things are happening! Handle! Now you see one of the reasons why I hate ice physics. Because of Mario Kart, I have a psychopathic hatred for dodgy handling. Granted the earlier F-Zero, the Game Boy Advance, the SNES and Game Boy Advance F-Zero games did have kind of floaty handling, but I'm more willing to forgive them on account of the fact that you're essentially flying a supersonic rocket sled. Your grasp of physics is a little dodgy when you're traveling at like 1500 kilometers an hour. On the other hand, the Mario Kart games, which travel much slower and have proper racing tyres, don't have any excuse for it. Alright, frustration over. Come on, it's been frustration most of the time. You want it to be positive. I didn't know you could do that. I legitimately did not know you could do that. Well, there you go. I've learned something new. And that is actually something I do try to work on. I want to make sure I learn as much as I can. Now, much better handling. Apart from me running into the Hinox. Much smoother handling. You see what happens when you don't have an idiot driving? It's not the game, it's me. Always remember that. Games are essentially computers. They will do exactly what you tell them to. Exactly. Which of course can be a problem with a lot of computer science stuff because you'll get very, very direct interpretations of what you want it to do. It's not necessarily going to be what you thought would happen. It's all down to what the computer thinks is going to happen. Only got one heart out of that. And we're in much better condition overall. Magic top-up is always welcome. Let's wait a little bit in this room so we don't get run over. That should do. Nope. That is a bit dodgy. That is probably a lot dodgy, really. Because usually the fire bar is supposed to be in the center of the room. Alright, I'm surprised that counted. But it works. It works. Right, now let's try this again. This is like an absolute nightmare of a stream, in all fairness. There we are. Nicely done. Much smarter way of handling things. Let's maneuver past these and go to... run off to the side very quickly, take that out, and get our magic powder out so we can at least get our health back. Now we're in much better condition, and... Right. Now, normally you have to push the blocks from above and go on a long circuit. I think things were changed in the Game Boy Advance remake so you didn't have to put up with all that stuff. Well, there are some really hyperactive snakes over there. I think there are certain enemies hidden under that block. I'm not entirely sure. Those aren't too helpful to me. Have we got some magic? Right. Let's finally get ourselves back on track. If I'm getting frustrated, I'm honestly getting frustrated with myself and venting it improperly. Nice! Blind the thief again! So I'll probably play fairly recklessly against old Blind. Just wait here in the corner. If you've got sword beams, you'll be able to damage him. There we go. Looks like we do have to go to Turtle Rock after all. I was hoping for something a bit better than that, but we need those crystals. Well, let's get out of here first. And let's finally get into Turtle Rock and see what we can do. I'll make sure to grab a blue potion just to be on the safe side, and then we'll proceed. So it takes a little while to get to Turtle Rock, unfortunately. There we are, topped up and ready to go. Now that was one thing I did like the Game Boy Advance remake changing. The fact that you had a warp point at Turtle Rock once you'd opened the portal. It saved so much time. Because either way, you're going a pretty long route, and it's very bothersome. Now, I do want to try and get some of those, as many items as possible, but under normal circumstances, but to be honest, I need one more crystal, and that's at the Tower of Hera. As soon as I get that, I'm going to fight Ganon, because I think I'm just fed up with this entire run. I do want to find the red mail as well, in all fairness. I probably should, but I think I've just had it with this. It has been one of the most frustrating and bothersome adventures I've ever had playing this game. And of course, this does... You can essentially make it sort of that form of fake difficulty as much as you like. Because it is... You can make it ridiculously cheap by making the enemies super strong. And I probably ran into a bit of that in the East Palace, because having to get through that room of Lionels and Mimics and a Beamos, that was a bit dodgy. You know what? Ether! Good. Alright. So they'll drop items other than magic. Let's go. We're nearly at Turtle Rock. This whole ridiculous adventure is finally coming to a conclusion. And I could not be happier. This was supposed to be a really good project. This was supposed to be something fun as a thank you. Instead, you've wound up watching a man descend into madness. That's pretty much all I can say. I admit I like the funky design on this. Let's go forth into the depths of Turtle Rock, or go fifth if you want. I believe this is one of the pendant dungeons, but it's the items we're looking for. We find those all-important items. I am getting out of dodge, and I'm going to beat the game. I have the big key for Ganon's Tower. I can go right up there and not care about anything else, because, I mean, I probably would like the golden sword, because otherwise it'll be a real test, but... Alright, so what have we got in here? We don't have a spiked roller to avoid. We've got a thief who's looking very green around the gills, and a chicken, the most powerful enemy of all. There's our red mail, which gives us Miles Edgeworth's snappy suit. Sadly, we do not get the awesome cravat, but we can steal a chicken. I'm just going to take it out on the chicken for a little bit. Come back here. Call your brethren! Call them, I say! That's disappointing. They can't call them in dungeons. Oh well. Worse things happen at sea and all that, in all fairness. The petty little complaints of one man like me are absolutely nothing against the greater troubles in the world, which we can all work towards addressing. So, what have we got in here? There's the big key of the Tower of Hera. We need to sneak out by going backwards. Let's move on. Our long journey is very nearly at an end. It's a difficult one. It's not one I'd care to repeat given everything that's happened. I'll probably do these randomizers a bit more often. Well, maybe like every so often. But there has been nothing but frustration out of this one, I'm afraid. Which is really disappointing, because I know I don't have a very big crowd of supporters. Oh, that's... Sorry about that. Having to get the car serviced, so that's going to get picked up. So I will come back to this shortly. I'll probably just keep the recording going, but we'll cut things out so nobody's really going to know the difference. Once again, I'm really, really sorry that everything just seems to go so spectacularly and chaotically off kilter. Okay, welcome back. Unfortunately, things took a little long, going out and getting the car, and when my computer went into shutdown and the TV switched off after a while of not being used, recording stopped. Probably sums up how the adventure has gone, really. Something I didn't quite anticipate goes slightly wrong and everything turns into chaos. But it's still been a great adventure, probably sums things up for Phoenix pretty well. Things go absolutely haywire. All these unexpected twists and turns, and it looks like a complete disaster. But the guy comes through in the end. He will always find the solution. Now if I switch to the hook shot, Pengators go down in one shot. And we can grab the key. Not too shabby, and we've got the mirror shield to block the eye lasers. This will be very useful later on, so this is usually the big key, but it's just 10 arrows, so we'll go back this way to avoid a bit of extra backtracking. Well, at least the journey is almost done. I do like the way these pipe thingies wind up coming up in the palette swap. They look even fancier. There'd be a pretty nice design to them. Alright. Good to go. Let's grab that heart and proceed onward. There's a very easy to miss treasure chest coming up. Well, it's not so much a treasure chest, but it is a heart piece that is incredibly easy to miss, and you probably wouldn't realise it's there without some sort of guide. So as we head out onto Death Mountain, I think the palette is flickering a little bit as we move. Use the mirror about here, and there is a cave we can't access normally, but we can see. We have enemies to defeat in here. Did I get both of them at once? No, I didn't. Let's get hammering. So I think there are mimics in here normally, and you do need to manipulate their position using that block there, so you can use the bow. Now, in here is normally a heart piece. $5. Pocket change. Not really anything special. But we've got something. We've got a few more somethings to collect. This is a key to the Dark Palace. So we can go back and get whatever that one mysterious item is if we don't get the ice rod. Just in case Trinex shows up in Ganon's castle. So of course that is one of the problems with the boss randomizer. We can go and pick up money in this room if we want. And I think I will because it's very handy to have some just to be on the safe side. Now we can't push the block until all the enemies in here are defeated. So once you have killed them, move on, pull the tongue, and away we go. There are normally spiked rollers in here, I think, so this is a very welcome change. Oh wait, I've already got bombs. Deal with you. And it drops some extra money, that's not too bad. I don't think these respawn, which is a bit annoying. But then again, we've bought a few potions along the way, we've grabbed some upgrades, and we still have enough money to get the rest of the upgrades. And we'll be close to grabbing a potion. So not too shabby, and I forget about those. So once again, normally a spiked roller in here. Small key to Skull Woods, which we don't need. This next room can be made easier based on the enemies we encounter. We might need one more key to get through this area. Cane of Samaria, I think we go this way and then down and down. See, with no fire bars, this place is so much easier to navigate. I think we can go across here, down here, avoid that blade trap. We should be fine with that. Does this just take me back to the main... No, actually found the right way first time. Given everything else I've done, not too bad. And some massive... Wait, was that a glitch for the bombs? Now let's see. If I face this way... Easier time navigating that. So, small key to Ganon's Tower. Ah, big key of Swamp Palace. Whoops. Might as well see what we get in there. Well, there's the Tempered Sword. That's a big relief because it will at least make life a little easier when fighting Ganon. Whoops. There's a way you can get out here, but I'm not going to... Ooh. Not going to worry too much about that. Keep pressing the wrong button. What am I doing? So we can't progress much further. We've cleared everything out, but we need one more key before we get to the boss. Curiouser and Curiouser. So we need that. We do need that one last crystal, but the dungeons we haven't beaten... Alright, so... Let's see what will happen if I warp over here. I'll be in the wall. So from here we can get into the Swamp Palace, find out what's important. I'd like to do that anyway, just in case it's the Golden Sword or... Why have I suddenly gone blank? The Ice Rod. I do need to check everything out because I don't have the Ice Rod. Just in case. Yep, there are definitely skeleton knights coming out when I cut the grass. Been a long journey and a strange one. But even for all the disasters we've had, I'm definitely glad you've been here along the way with me. And I'm mostly apologising for all the frustration because the insanity and probable lack of positivity is probably not quite what we need. We all need something to de-stress. Because that was the original plan, to do this for fun, for relaxation, to have a bit of a laugh and show how far I've come. And probably how far I have to go as well, because there's still a lot more I can do. It's just, this has been such a bizarre adventure, not quite that bizarre adventure. I'm never really got into that, which might be particularly strange for a lot of people to hear, but it's just how it goes. But it has been a very strange, very unusual adventure with a lot more trouble than I anticipated. I mean, the enemy randomizer has probably been the biggest issue for the whole thing. Who would have suspected that having to plow my way through a whole lot of Lionels would be the big secret that meant I would actually start to progress in the game? And of course, who would have thought I'd be a complete numpty and actually forget one chest that held me back for so long? I think I'm gonna have to hand in my license after this. Well, just a heart piece, nothing spectacular. So, step back out. So we've got just the 3 pendant dungeons left here. Let's get back into the light world and go to the Tower of Hera, which is where we actually need to go for the sake of our little adventure. We'll also have to find out what we get from the bomb shop, what would normally be the golden sword. And, if I remember correctly, the silver arrows. So yeah, we're finally getting towards the end of it. All the pieces of the puzzle have come together. And it's been quite the journey putting it together. I almost don't have too much more to say, so I suppose I'd better try and find some interesting stories in case I start repeating myself over and over again. There are other randomizers I'm going to be trying. The next project after the upcoming one is going to be a Pokemon Emerald randomizer. The upcoming project is Bomberman 64. I'd originally wanted to do the Emerald randomizer first off, but then I remembered that in the final episode of Yoshi's Crafted World, I said I was going to do a childhood favourite game, and Bomberman 64 is just that. So I had to rejig my plans, and then I had to rejig things even further, owing to the fact that I basically lost the save file. Very unfortunately, the way things were going meant that, well, just changing laptops, for some reason the save file didn't transfer. Which is a little sad, because I had some really, really good progress. Now, of course, any boss you fight in the Tower of Hera is going to be a nuisance. Didn't quite get it, so let's take care of that and sneak through here. We can use the hook shot to get to the big chest. Just a nice little shortcut we can take, and if we maneuver around here, we've got to step on this, and we're good to go. It's a simple enough dungeon to navigate, a bit of a breather before a very frustrating boss, and you get perhaps the most important item in the game because it opens everything up. So we have another heart container. There is only one heart container in the game that will top everything up, and that is the heart container you get from the Sanctuary. Only 10 arrows there, nothing special. Now, if I'm very careful, I can stand down here. Boomerang across the divide. Simple. Yeah, so that's the one heart container that will actually heal you in this game. Otherwise, it's actually the crystals or pendants that will heal you. Now, it's not uncommon for most of the items to be in Ganon's Tower and subsequently optional, because that has a lot of things to get in it. Just for the sake of getting everything, I might go through there. That's not a welcome sight. Let's see what our boss is. You again! I actually encountered Cold Stare here in the failed encounter. Still a particularly tough fight. But with the Tempered Sword in hand, we should be fine. Just dodge the ice. And be very careful. About where that ice winds up knocking us, because if we fall off, of course we have to do the whole thing over and over again. Ooh, nearly fell down the center. That wasn't good. Alright, 2 down. There we are. Much smoother. Looks like everything we've got is actually just in Ganon's Tower. So let's at least go see what we get from the Super Bomb, and then we can head into Ganon's Tower. It looks like everything else is just going to be peripheral. Because I think we have pretty much every tool we need. The fact that we don't have the Ice Rod obviously means it's not really important for completing the game, that there is nothing significant to be gained by beating Trinex over in Thieves Town. I'd like to do it as a point of pride, but just gotta roll with it. I suppose that would be an interesting topic, boss fights and dungeons. Because I've talked about a whole range of things. I probably haven't mentioned my favourite dungeons along the way, apart from the Spirit Temple and the Wind Temple. If I can, I'd try and list them. It's probably hard to list them in... Oh, that's a jellyfish. In the first 2 games, because I don't really remember that much about them, and Zelda 2 is kind of frustrating, but I do overall like the Great Palace because of its excellent design. It is challenging, it is difficult because there's no map. But when you do actually work it out, it's really satisfying, and it has some very good boss fights, even if you can cheese Dark Link. Out of the first one, because there's no real characteristic to them. Just the designs are worth appreciating. It's interesting that one of the dungeons in the first quest is actually shaped like a manji, which is sort of... It's a Buddhist good luck symbol that unfortunately I think was corrupted into the swastika. Or that might have been a symbol as well, I'm not sure, but the manji is actually a good luck symbol. So we've got a key to Dark Palace. There's the Ice Rod. So, point of pride. The battle with Trinex. Quick travel will be made easy right now. And we nearly warped right into a blade trap. That shows how well things have gone. So that's probably the one that stands out in design, but you have some other interesting things, like the fact that the dungeons also... Some of the dungeons in the second quest also spell out Zelda. Pretty nifty touch. In this one, it's probably hard to pick. I like the design of the Misery Mire a lot, but all of them have their really interesting points. I think they were spruced up nicely in A Link Between Worlds. I'd probably go for Misery Mire because of the swamp aesthetic and things like that. It just has some really nice design touches, and some of the official art done for it made it look really, really menacing. Very good work overall. So now if I'm careful, we can find our way up here, and we can bomb our way through that wall. Or actually dash through it because of the type of damaged wall it is. We will have to jump down, but we can sneak on through, turn into a badger, and get to the stairs and fight Trinex. We have everything we need bar one item. So yeah, that's probably... Misery Mire is probably my favourite one from this game, from Link's Awakening. Again, another hard pick. Because you have some pretty spectacular ones along the way. They start adding a bit more character to the dungeons. Arm up with the Fire Rod first, because we want to take out the Ice Head because its arena damage sticks. And Trinex also has a weird inverted palette. The Ice Rod is much slower to work with. Okay, well let's... We haven't found half magic. I mean, you don't need it, but it's very useful to have. Let's freeze you. That should have worked. That initial delay on the shot. Alright, now... Once this is done, we switch to one of our red potions. I can go and buy some more, no big deal. I'm not going to worry about all the expansions. Ah, there we are. Trinex is done for at long last. What did we get? Just a hard piece. Oh well, we can go out to Sahasrara's place and see what we got there. That's not too bad. But yeah, there we go. Just concluded something I wanted to do for the sake of it. So yeah, I'd probably pick the interesting design of Eagle's Tower or maybe the Face Shrine from Link's Awakening as being my favourite dungeons. Many of them do have really, really good music. And they all have some nice designs, but those ones just stand out, especially since they're from pivotal parts of the story. It's where things really start stepping up in terms of getting dark and sort of serious. And the impact they have is really notable. Ocarina of Time, Spirit Temple, hands down. So, what do you got, Shamalama Ding Dong? Yeah, that definitely wasn't worth it. I'm not even sure I have my pride left after that. So, we're looking for Ganon's... Actually, we're looking to go back into the Dark Palace because there is that one chest I didn't get. I gambled, I lost. What would I have got if I'd taken the other chest? So this is mostly the cleanup stuff. That's why we're probably having this casual little chat right now about favourite dungeons and things like that. The Stone Tower Temple stands out for me in the Majora's Mask because it is a really good way of integrating the actual overworld into the dungeon design. It's like actually getting to the tower as part of the dungeon itself. Which I think is also part of why I'd rejected sort of the fan theory that parts of Majora's Mask are in a sense a Christian allegory. Christianity probably isn't big enough in Japan for it to have a major effect there. Not a lot of people would realise that it was meant to be tied into the Tower of Babel or something like that. On top of that, the Stone Tower Temple isn't actually meant for people to get into. Igos Duakana says that hundreds of soldiers from his kingdom could not scale the Stone Tower. We can finally just head straight on through here. So I'm wondering, if it was supposed to be this massive tower to show off how brilliant people are, why would you make it... Didn't mean to jump down there. Oh, that insult to injury. If it was supposed to be this massive tower showing off of humankind's brilliance, why did they make it so difficult to get into? That's the big question. At least for me, anyway. I think if anything, it was more designed to keep something out. Well, keep people out for a very good reason. I suspect that maybe at some point Majora's Mask might have been kept there. That is only another theory. And I'm definitely not able to claim it as truth. But it's just an interesting idea. Because you have its main weakness, the light arrows, there as well. So, well, there's no definitive answer. Maybe it doesn't even mean anything. Maybe it's just a really cool design. That's a bit cheap. That Wizrobe is actually on a lower plane than I am, but its spells can still hit me. Maybe it does, and it doesn't have to mean anything. It doesn't have to be deeper meaning in everything. It can just be a really cool design that was a place you weren't supposed to go, but you can navigate it with the help of a really neat song. To that end, I do appreciate Ikana Castle as a mini dungeon as well. Gorgeous music and a really nice aesthetic, plus you've got dancing redeads. Right, this is... So that's where the key to the Ice Palace was. Talk about whenever you gamble, eventually you lose. According to Murphy's Law, if you have a 50-50 chance, if you have a 50-50 shot, you have a 90% chance of getting it wrong. And boy, did I get that one wrong. So if I'd gone down this way, instead of going for the big key, I would have been able to proceed through the Ice Palace. Well, looks like it's back up the mountain for us, ready to go into Ganon's Tower. That said, we will have to wait for a bit to defeat the other two dungeons. We need a big key and we need one last key. And then we'll be able to take on the final boss. So I'll clear out Ganon's Tower, check out what the other stuff is. And because I'm curious about the Master Sword, it's not vital. It's obviously something really, really crummy. But of course that sort of morbid fascination you get when there's a crash or something like that is kicking in. What's it gonna be? And it's times like this when you have to run back and forth through the Dark World, through the Light World to get to the Dark World, at Turtle Rock, and then go all the way back, that I really, really wish that warp point at Turtle Rock was in this game. It's just a quality of life thing that doesn't change the game at all, pretty much. It just makes navigation a little less annoying. So that's usually what a lot of those tweaks that people claim make things too easy or dumbed down for casuals are. Like, if there's something that's genuinely frustrating, by all means get rid of it. If it's something that doesn't really impact the way the game is played, then you can probably leave it. But if people do understand it's legitimately annoying and removing it can polish the game a little bit more... Blasted Lionels. Take that, surprise, Lionel. See, I've got my own views on that, but it's not the time for ranting. You have to remember, it's not the time for ranting. It's the time for talking about what we like. So, let's see, Oracle of Ages. Probably hard to pick a good dungeon because there are so many I really like. The overall feel of the game is really clever, especially in the ways they do use the ability to travel back and forth through time. The way Mermaid's Cave is set up is a really good example of level design. You actually get to use time travel properly. It builds on what the Spirit Temple did, and has you travel through much longer time periods, changing the dungeon overall in some ways. Granted, the controls for the mermaid suit are kind of awkward, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a very cleverly designed dungeon. Crown Dungeon is very good for having a puzzle-based boss, and bringing back the Cane of Samaria. So we've got some interesting ideas on display there. Even the Wing Dungeon, which introduces you to the idea of finding certain dungeons in the past. That's interesting, it bounced off the cloud. Well, here we are. Our crystals do their funky rotation thing, and the way to Ganon's Tower will open up. Interestingly enough, the bit that's hidden right there is actually not a stairway. So let's jump in and see what we can grab. We don't need to open the door between these two rooms. That saves us a key. Let's take care of them, and that thief is just watching. It's like, should I help this guy? Nah, that thing's gonna be fine. Well, we got a bit of money. Cut him down on principle. And let's go ahead and navigate the dungeon. So yeah, Oracle of Seasons, some of its dungeons are actually designed to pay homage to the first game, especially in the bosses. It's pretty creative. It's a bit more action-oriented than Oracle of Ages and its puzzle-based challenges. It's been a while since I played the Oracle games, if I'm going to be honest. I really need to play them again. So they are absolutely brilliant. Right, so we need to avoid triggering those. We want a hook shot, I think. Why doesn't it count the bats? Rightio, so we've got bombs. Money we're not going to find very much. There's the golden sword. So, we're pretty well equipped as far as all those go. That didn't go well. Let's keep on our merry way. I actually meant to blast that with the hook shot. All good. So yeah, well, I don't remember as much. I do remember really, really liking the ancient ruins and the build-up to it in Tarm Ruins. A very beautiful area of the game with wonderful melancholy music. So, probably just going to be more cash in here. Just in case. I think overall, the Oracle games were very well designed, and as I said, I would really, really love to see them have a remake in the style of Link's Awakening. Wind Waker, we already know it's the Wind Temple. But even though it's small, I like the touch that there's a didgeridoo rhythm in the background of the Earth Temple. Of course, basically being Australian, this is going to be a little touch I appreciate, and it kind of makes me sad that I don't know enough about Indigenous culture. It's always worth learning more. If you are from Australia... Ooh, there's some massive slowdown there. If you are from Australia, check out your local indigenous community and everything they do. Check out their history, because you're going to find years and years of fascinating history. They're making discoveries today. I think one of the world's oldest farming communities was discovered in southern Victoria. And it was a massive farm maintained by indigenous tribes. It really is quite fascinating, just all the things you can find out with a little bit of research. So yeah, I like that little touch in the music, but the Wind Temple's easily the favourite for me. Then we move on to Minish Cap, and once again, it's a fairly short game, but all its dungeons are full of character. Hard to pick my favourite, probably the Palace of Winds. It's long, but it's beautifully designed and it has a very good soundtrack. Seeing the Rock's Cape come back is also very enjoyable. You don't get the Rock's Feather, interestingly enough, you can just go straight to the Rock's Cape. Alright, so it's mostly just clearing out basics and things like that here. But it's interesting to at least note the position of the chests. So, Four Swords Adventures, there's not really typical dungeons per se. But the levels are pretty interesting. You've got a pretty good variety of them along the way, covering a range of different environments. And they'll all have fairly useful items, and some of them will actually have odd choices of items be more useful than others. Like, they actually managed to weaponize the lamp, for example, in World 4, because that's leading up to the battle with Jalhalla, who returns from Wind Waker. In some other situations, like I think it's the Tower of Flames, the dungeon at the end of World 3, the lamp is, let's say, situational. Now, if we're very careful about this, the bomb did not hit me. Now, as you are probably going to find in Bomberman, I'm really, really bad about blowing myself up doing stupid things. Which is, of course, part of Bomberman. Right, let's stick here. Of course, I can't exactly blow myself up when I need to. Okay, so let's clear out the enemies in here. Thief looking a little green around the gills. And, worth noting, this palette is a very good one for Ganon's Tower, I think. Gives off somewhat dingy and sinister vibes. Well, those are bombs, I think, because you can bomb the floor just there to go down to a boss fight, which is on icy floor. What the? Good heavens. Moldorm, what? We're fighting a mutant Moldorm. That's a thing? I mean, the Golden Sword makes short work of it, but wow, that was weird. More money we don't need, and a random compass for Turtle Rock. So yeah, that was the thing. There's a fairy fountain up here. Grab them if you need them, and away we go. So yeah, very hard to exactly pick out any specific level in Four Swords Adventures. Again, let's just chalk that up to Rust. Twilight Princess. City in the Sky, probably. Maybe that. The Goron Mines are particularly nice as well. But let's see. Well, City in the Sky would probably stand out for the fact that you basically get to be Spider-Man. The Temple of Time was pretty cool, but I don't think they did enough with it. That is probably, again, what I'd say has been the biggest problem for me with some of the games. It's sort of that element of wasted potential, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean the game is bad per se. Far from it. Alright, so we'll have to deal with tiles and wall masters. And of course those things spitting out stuff at us. Fireballs, that's what they're called. So we wait for our funky Moldorm pattern to appear as we run back and forth and avoid getting grabbed by a hand. Looks like somebody should really tell that wall master to get a grip. Wait. Okay. So one of the tiles for this design was actually where one of those fireball shooters was. There's the single rupee. But it's still shooting at me. That is an interesting little graphical glitch. But that's the kind of fun stuff that happens with the palette swap randomizer. Let's defeat the... There's no need to go into the room over to the left there. What we'll want to do is grab our fire rod and get running. Take that shot up there, and then 1, 2, and quickly through the door. So yeah, Twilight Princess is probably sitting in the sky. I do like the Temple of Time. Arbiter's Grounds probably does win out though, because of that amazing boss fight. The boss fight, the spinner is sadly underused, and the boss fight with Star-Lord is absolutely incredible. It's got fantastic music that really psychs you up for the fight, especially in the second stage. And just the way you fight it is incredible too. It just has a really energetic and upbeat feel to it. And I think it is beautifully designed. Well, that's not making it. There. Now we've got it. On we go. So we'll take care of Moldorm. Oh, what? I thought I was well clear of the hitbox for that. It would appear that I was wrong, and unfortunately, if it comes to a disagreement between you and the game mechanics will take precedence. So it's just annoying I have to go through all this again. Wait, that remains open. I don't have to go through absolutely everything again. Well, that's not too bad. It could have been worse. Though there is one problem I tend to find with some of the mechanics in this game. The sword beam has a bad habit of overwriting damage from the actual blade. And because the sword beam only does enough, that's... I thought it was landing where I actually was. Instead, it landed a little bit behind me. Well played, Wallmaster. Actually, I will give you credit for that. That was very well played. A nice double bluff. So we're going through the whole adventure for a third time. Let's hope that's the charm. Nobody likes those. Nobody likes them in Ocarina of Time either because they are freaky. Let's lock and load the fire rod again. Get ready to put the heat on things. Probably shouldn't have gone back for that heart. Move quickly and professionally and sneak through the door with just enough time. And of course it's unfortunate that they keep coming back, but so yeah, Phantom Hourglass, it did have some interesting dungeons, even if they were a little simple. Probably Muto's Temple was my favourite in that game, because that was where you got the amazing and quite literally all-solving hammer. It's been one of the best items in a Zelda game because of its incredible versatility and the fact that it practically serves as a ranged weapon. Because Ciela is the one, or whichever fairy you have equipped, is the one actually wielding the hammer. So there's our money. And we move on. I think we are very much Wallmaster free now. And I think the only chests are upstairs, but I'll continue navigating this area, just for the sake of showing it off. So yeah, there's that one in Spirit Tracks. Not entirely sure. I'm a little bit rusty. Possibly the Ocean Temple, because whichever the water dungeon was, I've forgotten its name. We need to move very fast because the floor actually collapses here after a little while, but there aren't fire bars to deal with. Go back for money and bombs. Look at that, just from going, we've wound up with about 700 extra rupees just for going through Ganon's Tower. Very impressive in all fairness. Push that out of the way, sneak past, and activate the bridge. We can probably run that side if we're incredibly careful. And this will take us to where we get the big key. So, there is indeed nothing more after you get those chests, and we can head up to take on Aghanim again. The Sand Temple is pretty good because the Sand Wand is also another creative item that doesn't really get used as much because it's the item from the last dungeon. Sometimes that idea of let's use the item to clear the dungeon and then that's all we do with it is taken a bit far. Speaking of taking things a bit far, we are finally out of here. Oh wait, block. Push this block, which admittedly got a little bit lost in there. Somehow I managed to throw that behind me without looking. And now in this room you'd normally have to defeat all the enemies. Helmasaurs. I hate these, and Moldorms. Unlike Link's Awakening, you can't do anything about attacking Helmasaurs from the front. And they're not that easy to get behind. Let's load up our hook shot. Run into a Moldorm just for the sake of... give it and get some health back. So this is our gauntlet. The assortment of enemies, which could be good, which could be bad, depending on what we've got in the randomiser, and down here there are more Helmasaurs. And a thief. Oh, that's unpleasant. Right. We all know the solution. When in doubt, C4. I don't advise that for everyday life, but worked reasonably well enough for the Mythbusters. So the next room, I probably do advise using something to help keep you safe from all the cannonballs. Okay, let's see. Skyward Sword. Easily the dungeons that use the time shift stones are my favourites. Yeah, you get hit here, you're falling off the edge, and you can't really run through unless you use Mercy Invincibility. You can also jump your way over to this resupply room, which I will show. That Pegasus Boots trick is actually very handy. So that's got us pretty much what we need. Let's hookshot back over and continue. So yeah, the Lanaro mining facility and the sand ship are my favourite dungeons in Skyward Sword. I admit that the game probably does peter out a little bit in terms of dungeons, and the bits in Faron Woods are just incredibly annoying. But the things in the Lanaro province are very well done. I really do love the design of them. Just because I feel like it. They have very creative mechanics. The time shift stones are pretty cool, and the fact that the music actually switches so well between everything is something that was new to the Zelda series. A pretty nice stylistic touch. Of course, it doesn't look as impressive when you realise that Banjo-Kazooie was able to do it, what, 13 years prior? The ability for the music to seamlessly transition between the different styles in that game was highly impressive. There are lots and lots of nice things that stand out about Banjo-Kazooie, just as a side note. While it doesn't quite capture the same freedom of exploration as Super Mario 64 had, it nonetheless does a good job of establishing its own identity as a platform. But back to the Zelda series. A Link Between Worlds, again hard to pick a particular favourite for a dungeon. The revamped Turtle Rock I think was the first one I did. I liked that design aesthetic, and I got to use the ice rod in creative ways. So that was incredibly well appreciated. And then let's see, then we had... Skull Woods was really good as well, because that had the innovative use of wall masters. They went from being a pest to something you actually used to help you get through. And I praise that creativity. Those are glitched. Oh, hello, Trinex. See, I knew I was going to need the ice rod. And once again, Trinex has got a really weird glitchy palette to it. I did not get a green potion. I'll have to do that once we are all done. Alright, well we're on to the last phase, and worth noting, the Golden Sword doesn't seem to do any extra damage if you use a spin attack with it. Alright, so it's gone into homing sort of Onyx stage. I did call this earlier. I knew I would need to find the ice rod just in case. But all this does is open up a door. What? That's... Hello? What? No words for that one. Now, there is a path you can see by using the ether medallion. Guess who doesn't want to use it? Because the wizrobes in here actually do get defeated by using the ether medallion. There we go. All better now. Now this area we can just dash past using the Pegasus boots. Don't need that. Much easier to deal with. These enemies will be left alone as everything crumbles. Of course, the conveyor belts will save them, but... Oh, that's... Oh, there's a fire bar normally. That's just evil. This is evil. Wait, it didn't... Maybe if we stay... Why it's not shooting at me? I'm not complaining, but I'm just curious about why. Alright, made it through. We can avoid getting lasered and pick up some magic. Now, this room can be horrible depending on what we get as our enemies. Run. 1, 2, up. Made it. I think there are Helmosaurs in this room normally. Oh yes, interesting note. Extending the hook shot makes you invulnerable. Thank you, Boomerang. Of course, we still have to deal with the statues spitting fireballs at us. We've got a small key to this dungeon. On we go. This one, gotta bomb those walls. Deal with the Helmosaur. Not too bad. So, of course, the spike trap's going to be a little bit of a problem. It's not going to be a problem. Chain Chomp's going to be a problem. Oh, bad dog. Very much a cat person, if I'm going to be honest. Small key to Turtle Rock, the last one we need. Doors down here. What have we got as our boss? Oh, it's Vitreous. I was thinking we've got a freakish multi-eyed Moldorm again. Well, let's hack away because the Golden Sword will do a significant amount of damage to these eyeballs, but we can get pushed off the edge if we get hurt. You've got to be kidding. Nothing else pushed me off the edge but that. It's a little cheap if you ask me, but what can you do? Also, those Wizrobes automatically spawn. Let's try standing aside. Oh, that's right, we've actually got room to move away from Vitreous's lightning attacks. It can't shoot them off to the side. Wait, are the sword beams damaging it? One more chest appears. The last chest in Ganon's tower. Drumroll, please. Last heart piece. So, just for the sake of the puzzle, this would mean that the big key to Misery Maya is in Turtle Rock. Oh, spike rolls. Which would be interesting. I mean, I'm still curious to see exactly what we get, and I'm going to plow on ahead and get all those extra things, just because. So, we're probably getting to sort of the end of the dungeon discussion and things like that. Didn't get anywhere near it. All depends on positioning. Well, there's another hit. So yeah, for the dungeon discussion of Breath of the Wild, we do have some atypical dungeons anyway, but I definitely say that of the dungeons we have in the game, Varnaboris is my favourite. The scene leading up to it is brilliant. It honestly feels like a Zelda version of an AT-AT. It feels like it should have John Williams music playing throughout it. There we are, we've defeated Aghanim. Ganon appears and turns into a bat. And out of nowhere, we get a duck. So watch Ganon turn into a weird selection of silhouette, palette, sprites. I can't speak anymore. Which also is visible through the floor. So let's get back to the light world quickly. Oh, pedantic. Alrighty. So, we need to go and buy some potions. Tell you what, rightio, well I'll buy 2 blues and a green. Need to find where half magic is too. That's probably in the Misery Maya. So it does mean another trek... Why did I do that? Oh yeah, that's because I was taken away from Death Mountain. So it does mean another trek up Death Mountain, but we're much better equipped. We will have to take the long way through Turtle Rock. So to spare you that, I will cut back to the boss fight at Turtle Rock. I can at least do that much for you. Interesting to note, that's a little shortcut you can take once you've cleared out the dungeon a bit. We've got everything we need though, so just got to navigate this particular room again. A little too close. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and Yeah, go down on the third... Go down at the third one. But we have a whole lot of random enemies that can't trouble us, and I'd prefer it was kept that way. The fire bars in this room are particularly annoying. Because even though you will have... messed up, it's... There we are. It's up there and then down. So yeah, the fire bars in this room are problematic because even though you will have a decent amount of health by this point, you still wind up having to deal with the fact that those fire bars just do the one... Always do the 1 heart's worth of damage, sorry. So we're nearly at the end of the adventure. And I think I've pretty much covered all the favourite dungeons. Not sure what the favourite items would be. The hookshot and the claw shots are definite favourites, I'd have to say that. It's you again. The whip has been a genuine favourite as well. Partly because in the Ancient Cistern you kind of get to feel like you're in an Indiana Jones movie. It's a very well used item and the boss fight it's used for is pretty impressive on top of that. Let's get our bow out. The fight against Koloktos is probably one of the best boss fights in the series. It's easily my favourite in Skyward Sword. Yep, that is the big key to Misery Mire, so we're going to head there just to see what the Master Sword will be. You've stuck with me for this long, I ask you to indulge my silly little fantasies a little longer. So, at least we can get there very easily. And the journey through Misery Mire isn't hard if you know what you're doing. Then again, it's not even arduous. So yeah, from the first game, the Gleeoks are pretty impressive. They're basically like a prototype Blind the Thief. Because when you fight them, their heads will detach and spit fire at you once you've defeated them. Very much in the same way as Blind does. They add an earthquake attack in... what's its thing? Why have I suddenly gone blank? It's when they reappear in Oracle of Seasons. I'm probably a bit tired. Been a long and frustrating journey, but we're getting there in the end. Let's cross the gap properly and head on in. You really only need a couple of keys to navigate the Misery Mire with relative ease. So yeah, from the second game, not sure what my favourite boss fight is. You give me that back. Probably hard to pick because they can all be insanely annoying. All depends on what level you are and what sort of tactics you use against them. Hookshot across, run. There's half magic. A little bit late for that one now. But yeah, it's really not necessary to complete the game unless you're very unfortunate. But with proper item management, you can get it done. So I think we just have to navigate around this way. Yep, we're near that door. Just drop down here and you can get to the door that leads to the lowest level of the Misery Mire. Watch out for those pots because some of them will contain those bunny spells. I don't know how else to describe them. Down we go. We just have to head to the boss because we have all but one chest. Well, all but one item, and the pickup... The pickup would be... probably money or bombs. So, block here, Cane of Samaria. Assuming we don't get smashed to bits. There we are. Made it through. You can unlock a door that leads to some money in that room, but no need to fuss about it. Now, we haven't fiddled around with the switches, so we just have to go in here and bomb the wall. Can't charge it down. And so we hit the switch and proceed. We're nearly at the end. The whole ridiculous adventure has almost come to an end as soon as we find out what's in the Master Sword's pedestal. What is representing that sacred and legendary weapon, which we already have? Lots of things falling from the ceiling today. So yeah, from Link's Awakening, favourite boss, hard pick. A lot of them aren't super challenging with a bit of experience. Oh, it's the Amos Knights, but problem is you can't step into that slime up there. That said... one shot, one kill, and we got 20 rupees. Now, the Book of Medora will tell you what's in the Master Sword's pedestal, but I don't like to spoil the dramatic moment. So we have everything. I've picked up as many items as I can think of. Let's go get the Master Sword, and then we can return to our house and head in for the final battle. Hopefully that doesn't go particularly wrong. Think we can go through here to get closest to it. So I'd probably say... well, of the bosses, I'd probably wager Slime Eel and Evil Eagle are the best fights in my eyes. Because they do have that little bit of challenge to them. A lot of the others are fairly simple, all things considered. Moldorm takes less hits to go down than the mini-boss, for example. The Genie is a pretty innovative fight, the first time you actually got to use the power bracelet in a fight, but mostly tedious more than anything else. Alrighty, so we have... the Master Sword has been replaced by probably money. Yep, 20 rupees. Which seems to be fairly common. So, this is what we want, and then we can head into the final battle. It's been an insane journey, but I'm glad you've stuck with me to the end. Let's see it through together. Because a little bit of togetherness, a little bit of support, is what we all need right now. I've got you guys on my side. We're ready to go. Now, for a very long time, I always wondered what that doorway was. I had never actually wound up getting into it, and I wondered what it was for. Interestingly enough, it was only when I started playing randomizers that I found out. Because that, for some reason, was actually the first time I wound up falling off the arena against Ganon. Probably because I hadn't played the game heaps. But Ganon will have some unique text. Why rule over a desert full of stereotypes when I can corrupt a world into pure evil and rule over that instead? Makes sense. Have a bit of scope in your evil. But yes, for boss fights, Ocarina of Time, they're all pretty good, but Phantom Ganon and Twin Rover, my favourite boss fights in that, and the final fight with Ganon because of the incredible atmosphere it sets up. Then, from Majora's Mask, it's probably the battle with Goat. Gaiorg can be a bit frustrating, as we all well know, but it's still a pretty good fight nonetheless. But Goat just feels really intense. Okay, those flaming bats can still hit you during this little cutscene. Chase him down and hit him. He will usually tell you where the silver arrows are. But if you have them... Oh, rightio. Let's top my health up with a red potion, and then let's get our fire rod out. And miss. Alright, torch has gone out. Stay away from the edges. Sometimes you are able to get another hit in, like that. Fire rod. Fire 1. Fire 2. Where are you? Lock and load, and bang. The one thing that really went right throughout the whole adventure. We have triumphed. After our long and arduous journey, we have the verdict we want. Pick us up before we get dizzy. Have you guys been touching fuzzies again? Now that would be an interesting concept. Some sort of sacred... a sacred artifact, I was going to say celestial, but it's not quite celestial. A sacred artifact tripping balls. Now, watch... There's the obvious Lord of the Rings reference, and watch what we have done to this kingdom. Look at that! We have saved the kingdom, but at what price? Everything is glitched up. I can't ham it up too much, because unfortunately my roommate is sleeping, but oh god, we have done terrible things to the land. Sandstorms' home cave. Yeah, this is just... and this is just the enemy randomizer that does it as far as I know. You don't even need the palette swap on. This just makes everything go ridiculously janky. And it's ridiculous. I mean, just look at that. We've got random things. So what happened to these guys? They obviously did not survive their encounter. Yeah, they really did not survive their encounter in the Dark World very well. Your uncle sews. Oh, Uncle? Yeah? Oh, jeez, he's seen better days. Life lesson for... You bastard. And unfortunately, you don't get to laugh at his expense because he has a unique sprite that doesn't get messed up. You bastard. Shrooms for navigation, because we just got a map. The witches just sort of balls of things that really should not have been said. That was awkward. Fresh flapjacks, the woodsman's hut. Oh. We didn't see them throughout the game. We usually don't go up and visit them, but they've seen better days. Destitute boy has lunch again because we got... Oh. I want to leave town, Link. This is looking ugly. Venus Love Chain. Not sure what that's a reference to, but thankfully Venus, the Queen of the Fairies, is not affected by all the stupidity we've unleashed upon the world. The Dwarven Breadsmiths, because under normal circumstances it looks like a baguette, but... Wow. The key holding it. We have done terrible things to Hyrule. It is a mess. We have unleashed abominations. There are weird shield things. Gary the Old Man, I don't think he actually had a name, so what have we done to him? How did he get through there if he doesn't have a hammer? None of them are pounded down, so it's a couple of dinosaurs riding each other and then things. Yeah. Dancing pickles. You will sometimes... Well, that thief is dead. And our couch cash sleeps again. Congratulations, Phoenix Wright, you messed up Hyrule. And now it is time for all the vital stats. Let's see how we did. The credits will roll. So, here we are. 1 year of adventuring, 1 year of experimental projects, 1 year of just building my abilities. Now, pretty much everything I've done has largely been self-taught. I taught myself how to edit things and I've started fiddling around with little extra tricks with my video editing software. It's basic, but it does the job. I've taught myself some of those basics, but at the same time, I've learned a lot from watching the people I look up to. Just like when I played this for the first time. There are lots of people who've inspired me. By pure chance, out of sheer curiosity, I think often on a completely different website, I stumbled upon a clip of the famous "Don't Eat the Mushroom" moment from Luigi's Engine Room in the Runaway Guys Let's Play of Mario Party 1. It made me laugh so much. I had to find the original "Don't Eat the Mushroom" moment as well, and got a lot of laughs out of that. And from discovering that one moment from the Runaway Guys, I've discovered many more great Let's Players, many more people who've put together amazing entertainment, making the world a better place while they're at it. They've given so many people a lot of laughs. They've been part of people's lives. Now, I don't think I'm ever going to be that great. I'm just doing this as a bit of a hobby. It's something I enjoy a lot, but I don't really have a wide audience. Maybe that will change someday. I'll try. I'll keep getting better. Because for everyone who watches my videos, if I've made you smile a little bit, I've made the world a better place, or at least I hope. I just want to bring a little bit of happiness into people. To do something that makes you smile, that makes you a little bit happier, that brightens your day. If I can do that for people, if we can all do that for people, we'll be amazing. The world will get even better. This has been a trying year. I'm not gonna lie. But I've been thinking, and a lot of people have had this sentiment as well. What if this is the year that shocks us out of our complacency, that makes us face up and change? It makes us instigate the changes we've been putting off for a long time. Don't say it's the worst year on record. Look back and say this was the catalyst for greatness. I'm sure you can do it. So there are our stats. First Sword took a very long time to get the mirror as well. So mostly cleanups with the Gold Sword. We did the first Amos Knights swordless. Saves and quits. Died 29 times. One fairy revival. Menu time, bit of lag time. How long did this nightmare take me? I actually got everything for the first 7 hours, no wonder. But then again, some of it sort of was spent sitting around a bit. That was easily the worst run I've had in terms of what I had to get to and get through to get to it. But it's been all worthwhile if I've made you happy. I think we can all do little bits to make the world a better place. Reach out to other people. Learn from them. Encourage them to learn from you. Communicate and build bonds. The more we build, the stronger we are. And if we can build a world where we can connect easily, where we have peace, love, and unity, we can look back on this and we can say, this was a good year because it made us change for the better. I'll always believe in you. And I'm very grateful that you've stuck through and listened to me through this ridiculous adventure. Thank you very much for sticking with me through my first year. I'll keep practicing. I'll keep getting better in everything I do. And I hope you do as well. So, until next time, look after yourselves and your loved ones. Be good to one another and everyone around you. This is Red2 signing off on another completed mission. I'll see you around soon.